Judging our fitted Hampshire show today is Tom Wilworth. Tom is from Eagle Grove, Iowa. His family currently own 90 head of Southdowns. He has successfully competed at the state and national levels. He and his family started raising Poll Dorset sheep in 1964. The highlight of the Dorset program was breeding the national champion ram, which was the supreme champion ram overall at Louisville in 1987. In 2008, they sold out of the Poll Dorsets to begin their focus on the Southdowns. Tom has judged sheep shows in 14 states, including 2 national shows at the North American International Livestock Expo and the Northeast Livestock Expo, also known as the Big E, along with many state fairs as well as junior and local shows. Let's welcome Tom Wilworth to your Hampshire show today. And judging the Slickshorn Poll Dorsets today is Tim Gadsby. He, along with his wife Kinsey and daughter Oakley, own and operate Greenleaf Valley, where they run around 80 ewes, primarily horned Dorsets and Merinos in the western portion of Pennsylvania. Tim works as a fields claim manager with NAILE Crop Insurance. He'll be doing our slicks, and then he'll be back a little later in the week with Border Leicesters. Let's welcome Tim Gadsby to your National Polled Dorset Show. Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first place to entry 7, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with WD Dorsets 1387. Second place to entry number 6, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio, with Oth Farms 560. That is also our Slickshorn Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion rams. Now ready for Winter Ram Lambs. Slickshorn Poll Dorset Winter Ram Lambs.
Good morning and welcome to the fitted version of the Hampshire show. Get up close. Starting off with the soundest ram in the class, a buck correct. He walks out smooth. He's got some dimension to him. A buck that I like his type. He's just the soundest ram when we got through the handling part of the front end of him. The ram in second's a real complete, really good footed buck. I like the hip in him, making him a little bit stronger top. Buck in third's the biggest ram in the class, a real rugged looking ram. I just like to get his back legs a little sounder for me. Appreciate you bringing him out. Give him a round of applause.
Next in the Hampshire ring, we need fitted senior ram lambs. Placing on the class of fitted yearling rams for the National Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 4, Cahoon Farms, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 0724. Second place to entry 1, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 24-61. Third place to entry number 6, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska.
I'm going to leave these as is, starting with the young lady in the maroon shirt there. A buck that you got to really appreciate when you get your hands in him. I think a ram that's got a little extra length than the other two bucks in the class. He's got some depth to him. I like the levelness off his tail head. He's got some width when he moves out. They're all real sound on their mouths. I do appreciate that. Buck in second. He's a little thin, but a real profiling buck. But he's square at the ground. He's wide when he walks away from you. He's a little bit more length and a little more eye appeal and a little more tucked up on that front end, which anybody knows me knows that's what I breed and really appreciate. And the ram here in the third ram, a real deep ram, ram that just doesn't have a lot of eye appeal for me, but he balances out and he's just got two sheep ahead of him that just has a few more to offer.
Placing on the class of Hampshire fitted senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 11, Amanda King, Petaluma, California, with King Diamond Ranch 323. Second place to entry 8, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota, with Caskey E240. Third to entry 9, Aaron Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois.
The sheep at 3 here, again, just kind of a complete sheep. When we round out what we left the ring and what we have in front of him, I think this is one that kind of meets in the middle. Maybe doesn't have that ultra cool chest floor that we have in the two in front of him, but he sure does handle with some thickness, some muscle. Like him out through his pin set. Just maybe gets a little too top heavy for me, especially when we talk about that lower shoulder, but he's a nice one. The buck on 4, when the girls get him set, he probably could slide up in your opinion, but get him in motion. He's just not good enough in his chest floor, gets behind his spine, just not comfortable enough up through his hip. But he's a nice, long, well-doing buck. Round out with by far the youngest buck, a really pattern-friendly buck. A buck that sure, if you think he's one of the younger ones, he's intriguing. Just need more muscle and shape on him today to compete, but nice buck.
In this Hampshire Senior Drive, happy with the 4 bucks we got out here. I'm gonna use your fall buck for your senior champion ram. I think that buck just is a real good sheep. You get your hands in him. He's just kind of outdoes everybody else. Going to go back with yearling ram will be your reserve senior.
For the Hampshire show, our fall fitted senior champion ram goes to entry 11 out of the fall lamb class. Amanda King, Petaluma, California, with King Diamond Ranch 323. Reserve senior champion goes to first place yearling ram, entry 4, Cahoon Farms, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 0724. Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 12, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. Second place to 19, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Martin 25-016, Grizzly. Third place to entry 11, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Fourth place to 13, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. 5 to 16, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. 6 to 18, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. Seventh place to 9, Lane Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 8 to entry number 17, Connor Cobb, Richwood, Ohio. And 9 to 14, Gretchen Kinn, Liberty, North Liberty, Indiana.
his sword. The class winner, when this one gets popped up, he just has some extras to him. He get behind him, youthful in his overall appearance, extended up to that crown, and really neat up that point of the shoulder. I think a buck that reads super youthful, but still has some of the extras to him. Present that power in his future. He's wide based. He's really cool when he gets away from you. Again, is he the softest middle one at this point? No. Is he dropped in as deep as he needs to be? No. But boy, his overall look and his build from the side is one that just presents so much wow factor. I like that one a lot. The large outline buck here in two, and so much to like about his footwork and his bone work. Big old foot on this guy, and just terminal in his overall look. Long spine. Those are two kind of different sheep, and I think we could run with them either way as far as their type and kind. I respect both of their types, and I like the outline of this buck in two quite a bit. He's again a little deeper, a little softer than we have in our class winners. They're just different, right? But I still like to turn to his ring for a big sheep. That's a nice one too. The sheep in three. He was the one that got out and pranced for us today. He was the most comfortable in the top side of the skeleton for me. A sheep that's just a little plainer in his rib, a little flatter. Maybe doesn't have that extra bone work and that stoutness to the ground we have in the class winner or the two buck. But boy, that's an awful productive kind of a sheep. A sheep that, on the right kind of females, I think that one could work quite a bit. He's just kind of the combination sheep. Looking for some extras out here, looking for some wild factor, and he just kind of hit in the middle for me today. And then 4 and 5, two actually really similar bucks. Bosco, their best point is when they're on the prod. We get them into motion. They're just awful tight and wound up today on the top side of their skeleton. Bucks just need to relax and lay in. That would sure set their hawk in a little more natural on the gate. But that's a nice class of 5. Congratulations.
This January Ram class had some challenges in it. Kind of using the buck that puts it all together. Ram, when you analyze him, he's got some depth. He's a little bit longer bodied, a little bit longer hind saddled, a little bit wider down his top line. Comes across out the pins just better than probably the top of any of the 5 that's out here. I thought he kind of wins this class. It's the combination Ram. We come into 2 bucks that I like to look at is from a breeder's aspect of sheep that carry some traits that you definitely want to put into your flock. These bucks, buck and 2 here, I really like the extension on him. I like the straightness down his spine. I like to put a little more hip and rump in him to get him up into that top hole. But a buck I appreciate for that elegant that's up on his feet. Ram here in the 3 hole, a lot of them might have thrown him away, maybe a little bit greyhound looking, but with that much extension and jack fronted and breed type, a buck with some length of body, and he's super on his feet and legs, maybe the most bone in the top 3, just gives up the width, natural width off of from his 13th back for me. Coming to another balanced buck here in the 4 hole. Ram, again, you get your hands on him down his top. He was really expressive as far as width all the way out through. And we kind of get into a buck that balances out, but maybe gives up some bone and kind of more, in my term, getting into the commercial look of things, but real nice top.
Placing on the Slickshorn Spring Ram Lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry number 23, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, with Northern Star Livestock Service, 25-130. Second to entry 29, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Northern Oklahoma College, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with NOC 25060, Yum Yum. Third place to 25, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. Fourth place to entry 22, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Fifth to entry 21, also Owen Torrance. Sixth place to 26, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 7 to entry 24, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. 8th place to 28, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the pair of Slickshorn Ram Lambs. First to entry number 33, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire fitted January Ram Lamb class, first place to 23, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 25-2. Second place to entry number 16, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska, with L&L 25-505. Third place to 24, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Fourth place to 15, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to 17, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Sixth place to 18, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 7 to 21, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And eighth place to 22, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Slickshorn Junior Champion Ram went to entry number 12 out of the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. The Reserve Junior Champion to entry 23 from the Spring Ram Lamb class, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, with Northern Star Livestock Service 25130. Now ready to show for Slickshorn Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Rams. Grand champion Slickshorn Pole Dorset Ram goes to entry number 12 out of the Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class. Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Show Stock 5596. The reserve grand champion to entry 23, our reserve junior champion, out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, Northern Star Livestock Service 25130. Your next class will be Class 1, or the early class of yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes will be your next class.
We get in this February Ram class. I think we got some quality all the way down, some pieces you can use from the breeding standpoint. Ram that kind of puts it all together for me. A buck's big enough, he's long enough, he's got a great top when you get your hands in him as far as width. Good on his feet and legs, like his breed type. I think he wins this fairly easily. Ram in second, follows him up as a balanced buck in my mind. A Ram that you get your hands on him. He's got some width, really highly presented Ram. I like his type. He's up on his toes. Maybe just needs to put a little bit more quarter in him, but rear quarter, but a Ram that follows suit. Another buck in third here that's a real deep buck, a buck that's got some natural width down his top. He's up on his feet and legs. Good type. Ram here in the 4-hole. I thought this was probably the buck I was going to use when he walks in. He just isn't quite free enough. He gets a little tight on his stride to me. I wish his top would kind of lay in there a little bit more when he moves. But a Ram, I think, is very valuable as far as a breeding buck. If you're looking for one to take home or breed some ewes to change some of them soggy round ones, I think this is it. A Ram here in the 5th hole is a real fresh looking, really straight spine, real correct, real balanced. Just gives up some pounds, some depth today to get him up any higher. But thank you. Nice round of applause.
Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for your National Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 31, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska, with Kelgard 25-266. Second place to entry 29, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2554. Third place to 30, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth place to 33, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Fifth place to 28, Jeffrey Held, Hampshire's, Aurora, South Dakota. Sixth place to 36, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 7 to 38, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. And eighth place to entry 34, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
this February ram class. There's this sheep really don't hit you until you put him on the move. And this guy just prances around the ring, and you get your hands in him, and he's got as wide a loin down his top, across his back. Yeah, maybe you don't have quite the bacon belly swoop or the flank steak they're all looking for, but this sheep is awesome on the profile. Feet and legs are great. When he walks and dances around the ring, it's hard to duplicate. Ram in second is a ram that most follows him. Buck that you appreciate him when you get your hands on him. Super spined, good hipped. Maybe just gives up some bone work to get him around on the top end for me. And then we follow in a ram with third here. That's another ram with that same pattern. Got the eye appeal. He's got a good extension to him. He's good on his feet and legs. Put a little more leg and hip in him, or wider at his pins, and he moves up. And we come into 2 bucks here that there were 7 in the class, and this is kind of where we ended up. But a ram that's good spined. He's got some shape to him. Good breed type, good feet and legs. And we come into another ram that's just really, really correct and balanced. Just gives up some look for me, but a nice top end. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U Class 1 for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 52, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa, with Nickel Sheep Farm W2402 Scarlet. Second place to 57, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 4309. Third place to 49, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to 51, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. Fifth place to 58, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. 6 to 55, Peyton DeWeese. And 7 to entry 54, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Placing on the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. First to entry 40, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with K. Person 2526. Second to 43, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota, with Caskey F165. Third place to entry 42, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fourth place to 45, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth to 25, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Sixth place to 46, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 7 to Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. Placing on the Hampshire fitted pair of Ram Lambs, first place goes to Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Second place to 48, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to 47, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 4 to 51, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. And 5 to 53, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois.
Two really for me. Those kind of stick together, but that one there in five, he was not quite good lining up the ground. But great class. I like that group.
It's Hampshire Junior Champion Drive of the Ram side. We got some bucks that are, I think, very, very intriguing as far as the breeder standpoint of it. Very correct, sound in their mouths. There was a couple of them that probably three in here that hit me pretty hard. I'm going to go out, congratulate your junior champion, reserve junior champion.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our fitted junior champion ram went to entry number 31 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Kelgard Farms, Tekamah, Nebraska, with Kelgard 25-266. The reserve junior champion went to our fitted March and later born Ram Lamb class winner, entry 40, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with K. Person 25 26. For the class number Class number 2 of our Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first place to 38, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. Second place to 46, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California, with Stillwell 24025. Third to 45, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Fourth place to 44, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fifth place to 47, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. Sixth place to 48, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. 7 to 42, Lane Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. And 8 to 39, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first to 59, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. Second to 60, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to 62, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. Fourth to 63, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. And fifth to 64, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for these Rams. The Ram show, I thought that was very, very deep for the numbers that was here. Your quality's exceptional. I thought that the improvement over 10 years ago, your breed standards and breed types are great. Your feet and legs are good. I thought the soundness coming in here was I was worried a little bit, but they brought in some really sound sheep for me to sort through. I'm going to go out, select your grand and your reserve for the 2025 National Hampshire Show.
For the fitted Hampshire show, our grand champion ram goes to entry number 31, our junior champion out of the February Ram Lamb class, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska, with Kelgard 25-266. The reserve grand champion to entry 11, our senior champion winner. 11 came out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Amanda King, Petaluma, California, King Diamond Ranch 323. Placing on the Slick Shorn Early Fall Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry 67, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with WD Dorsets 1380. Second place to 68, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois, with WD Dorsets 1377. And third to 66, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. Our Slickshorn senior champion, U, for the Pole Dorsets go to entry 38 out of the late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes. Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve senior champion to 67 out of the early fall ewe lamb class, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, WD Dorset's 1380. Next class is the late fall ewe lambs, Slickshorn late fall ewe lambs. Placing on the Slickshorn Late Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 69, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with Obsession Showstock 5556. Second place to entry 70, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio, with Oath Farms 557. Third place to 72, Lacey Hahn, Berlin Center, Ohio. And fourth to 71, Emily Hahn, Berlin Center, Ohio.
Get started in this yearling ewe show. Finding a ewe to start this class, once you get and analyze this sheep, she's virtually, I don't know if she was sheared maybe 60 days ago or 80 days ago, but there's not much wool on her. She's sound, she's solid, she's thick, she's deep, she's good-footed. I think when you put it all together, she's just hard kind of not to start with this class. We got the big ewe in second, a little bit longer bodied, ewe that I wish she'd walk a little better, but longer bodied than the next three ewes behind her. Once again, she's a really long hip sheep, just don't cooperate real well on the move. We come into two ewes here in third and fourth. The ewe in the third hole, she's just a little sounder on the move. The ewe in fourth, if she just relax a little bit, get her back down on the move, I think we'd move her up a couple, but maybe stretch her a skosh, and then we come into a nice, really cool looking little ewe, or not real little, but in this group, just a little bit smaller ewe that I think fits in at number 5, and you got to recognize her for her elegance and her width. Just like to get her a little bit more substance to her, but thank you.
Placing on the fitted Hampshire early yearling U class, first place goes to entry 76, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 43724. Second to entry 73, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska, with Kelgard 24 227. Third place to 82, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 80, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 5 to 72, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Sixth place to 71, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 79, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 8 to 77, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. And 9 to 74, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. Placing on the Slick Shorn Winter ewe lamb class for the early division for the Slick Shorn Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 90, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with WD Dorsets 1411. Second place to 95, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois, with Edge 1627. Third place to 94, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fourth place to 96, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Fifth to 98, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Sixth place to 99, Eli Gibson, Mineral, Virginia. Seventh place to 93, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 88, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Ninth place to 101, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio. And 10 to 91, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
This second class Hampshire yearling ewe, a ewe that comes out and just kind of hits me hard. She's got a lot of length at top, length of hind saddle. She's correct on her feet and legs. She's a big OU. I think balances up good enough to win this class with a breed type that I kind of actually like now that we've got them so woolly that we're starting to kind of lose the fact that we're still got sheep out here. But the ewe in second, another ewe that's really elegant, probably is getting close to as big as that ewe. Maybe gives up a little bit of length, has just a skosh more bone, but maybe not quite the width when you grab her top. Come in here to a ewe in third. Did we stretch her out just a little bit more? I could use her right at the top, but a sheep that is very well presented. I love her front end. A little bit longer eared for me for a hamp, but a sheep that I think fits in a 3-hole. Come in with a real broody type ewe here in the 4, massive, big-bodied, just getting a little bit more deeper through the front end, and what she's carrying balances out. And then we got a real profile of ewe here in the 5th hole to round out that I think kind of has a little more long hind saddle than the ewe that I kicked out in front of her, but a nice set of yearling ewes.
Placing on the late fitted yearling U class for our National Hampshire Show, first place to 59, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with GD 2436. Second place to entry number 62, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer Boys 2434. Third place to 63, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 67, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 69, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. Sixth place to 64, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Seventh place to 70, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois. Eighth to 60, Tom Gilmore, Beatrice, Nebraska. 9 to entry 65, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 10 to 68, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U pair yearling U class, first place to entry 88, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to entry 90, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to 85, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And fourth to 87, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. placing on the late class of Winter Ewe Lambs, first place goes to entry number 87, Samantha Williams, Murray, Iowa, with Silversmith 2521 Poodle. Second place to entry 81, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm W 2525. Third to 79, Heidi Barkley, La Grande, California. Fourth place to 86, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. 5 to 85, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 92, Heidi Barkley, La Grande, California. Seventh place to 84, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Eighth place to 80, Kate Zettel, Browntown, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 83, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 10th place to entry number 73, Kurt and Miranda Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 11 to 77, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. 12 to 76, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 13 to 75, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. And 14th place to 82, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin.
This fall U class, I think we got a really good one to start the class. A ewe that still got her lamb's teeth. She's got some grow left in her. Real pretty on the profile. A ewe that's got some width on her top. Maybe not quite mature yet enough. Got enough body to her, but I think a ewe that is real eye appealing and good breed type, good foot and legs. You in second here, a young man needs almost a round of applause, as it reminds me back about 40 years ago when you could sit down and get down and show. He did a great job of presenting that sheep, and then when you analyze the sheep, you get on top of her. She's probably as wide or wider than any sheep in the ring. Those top five, really an elegant fronted sheep that I just really appreciate her, and I think she's going to lay into second for me. Come into a real deep-bodied, massive ewe in third and fourth. They're very similar in their time and their build. This ewe just got a little bit more length to her when you get your hands in her. And we round out with another real attractive, straight-spined fall ewe lamb to end up the class. Thanks.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class of the Fitted Hampshire Show. First place to entry number 94, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota, with Held 245010. Second place to entry number 99, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with Bobbindryer 24 111. Third to 103, Charles Bobbindryer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth place to 97, Charles Bobbindryer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth to 93, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Sixth place to 96, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 101, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. Eighth place to 95, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Ninth place to 102, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota. 10 to 105, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. And 11 to entry 10, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. Placing on the fitted senior ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 94, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota, with Held 245010. Second place to entry 99, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with Bobendreyer 24111. Third place to 103, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth to 97, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to 93, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Sixth place to 96, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 7 to 101, Amanda King, Petaluma, California. Eighth place to 95, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Ninth place to 102, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota. 10 to 105, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. And 11 to 100, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. For the fitted senior champion for the Hampshire show, our champion went to the late yearling U class winner, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with Gilmore Davison, 2436. The reserve to the early yearling U class winner, Alf Hampshire's, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 437-24. Placing on the early class of Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 125, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with Northern Oklahoma College SM 25066. Second to entry 117, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Smith 2522. Third place to 127, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Fourth place to 123, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Fifth to 122, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 120, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 7 to 129, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 8 to 124, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 9 to 128, Connor Cobb, Richwood, Ohio. And 10th place to 118, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Placing on the late class of Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 116, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm W 2541. Second place to entry number 107, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with NOC SN 25091. Third place to entry 112, Adeline Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 113, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fifth to 130, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Sixth place to 110, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. Seventh place to 115, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina. Eighth place to 111, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Ninth place to entry number 114, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana. 10th place to entry number 109, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 11 to 105, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 12 to 102, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. And 13th place to 108, Kate Zettel, Browntown, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset pair of ewe lambs class for your National Pole Dorset Show. First to 141, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Second place to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 4, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California. 5, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 6, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 7, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 8, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 9, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 10th, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Hampshire ULAM class. Slam in here that one hit me pretty good, and she sorted all the way through, and I kept her right in there in my thoughts, and I'm using her that the sheep that's really exceptional on her feet and legs, the sheep that's got a tremendous amount of eye appeal and extension and width down her top. She moves out really good on the walk. I thought that's kind of on when we got them on the move, she wins it easily. You in second, follows her up. The best is the design. I like the depth of body about her, a little more turn to her rib cage, but a ewe that's wide through her pin. We come into a third place sheep that flank to flank just maybe don't have quite as much length. Long hind saddled ewe, but I really like the breed type and her feet and legs. Come into a couple more ewes here that are just as big, just as width, just a little more broody, a little more rounder made, but a real nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs.
The Slickshorn Junior Champion for the Pole Dorsets went to entry number 125 out of the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class in the early division. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, within Northern Oklahoma College SM25066. The Reserve Junior Champion went to entry 90 out of the Slickshorn Winter ewe lamb class, the early division, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with W.D. Dorset's 1411. Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Hampshire Show, first place to 126, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2507. Second place to 125, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota, with Kate Person 2504. Third place to entry 118, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fourth place to 122, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to 120, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Sixth place to 114, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 121, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 116, Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Ninth place to entry number 119, Brad Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 10th place to entry number 123, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 11 to 115, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. 12th place to 117, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 13 to entry 109, Abby Weiskorf, Tripp, South Dakota. 14th to entry 108, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 15th place to 124, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. 16th place to 111, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. And 17 to 113, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. For the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Show, our grand champion ewe went to entry number 38. Our senior champion ewe, 38, came from the late Slickshorn yearling ewe class, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry 125 out of the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class early division, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with Northern Oklahoma College SM 25066. Now ready for Slickshorn Flock. Slickshorn Flock will be your next class for the Pole Dorsets. Placing on the Slickshorn Flock class for your National Pole Dorset Show, first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Slickshorn Pole Dorsets is Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second in the flock, Heidi Barkley, LeGrand, California, and third to Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. That does conclude our Slickshorn portion of the Pole Dorset Show. Our judge has been Tim Gadsby of Pennsylvania. Judging the fitted Pole Dorset Show is Ron Waldron of St. Paris, Ohio. Ron is the owner with his wife Holly of East Star Livestock Company. They raise full-blood white Dorpers based on high performance, phenotype, and maternal lines. When not working at home, Ron spends all his free time with his family, especially his grandchildren, Ella, Ollie, and Wells. Again, our fitted Pole Dorset judge for your national show is Ron Waldron of St. Paris, Ohio.
This Hampshire ewe-lamb class, we got a pretty salty set here. I think that I failed in the top 5. These top 2 are very good in my views, is what I'm trying to find and look and make, and hopefully the breed appreciates what these exhibitors bring out. But this ewe, starting with extremely long top, really strong downer top, wider and excels over the ewe in second, just a little bit more natural width, maybe a little bit more to her. Good on her feet and legs. Looks like a real feminine sheep, and a female should. You in second here. This is what kind of follows me. I really liked her when she come in. Just a little bit more width to her, and she might get up ahead of me. But those two, I think, tie in really well. Come into a ewe in third. Maybe not the biggest outline sheep, but this sheep balances extremely wide down her top. Really, really good feet and legs. You can't put a hole in her. Probably the biggest hipped in the class. We come into a ewe here in the fourth hole that another really well-designed ewe. I like it, a lot about her. Just like to free her up a little bit when she moves. And we got the biggest ewe in the class. It'll probably be the big yearling ewe. Like to change her off her hip a little more. But these exhibitors, give them a round of applause. Really, really good class ewe.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted yearling ram class, first place to entry 151, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio, with Lobdell 2404 Lucky Boy. Now ready for fitted early fall ram lambs. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for your National Hampshire Show. First place went to 136, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 782. Second place to 147, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska, with LNL 25-511. Third place to entry 139, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 138, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Fifth place to 141, Kelgard Farms, Tekamah, Nebraska. Sixth place to 137, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7 to 142, Cahoon Farms, Orangeville, Illinois. Eighth place to 144, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Ninth place to entry number 129, Ronald Poland, Waterloo, Iowa. 10 to 133, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 11th place to entry 146, Ryder Junton, Bryant, South Dakota. 12th place to 143, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 13 to 140, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 14 to 145, Philip Thomas, Marion, South Dakota. 15th place to 128, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 16th place to 135, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 17 to 149, Alf Hampshires, Janesville, Wisconsin. 18th place to 130, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 19 to 150, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. Placing on the fitted early fall Ram Lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Show. First place to 152, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2509. Second place to 156, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. Third place to 153, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois.
We get in this younger ewe lamb class. I'm starting with probably the freshest appearing ewe lamb. another really cool outline sheep that she handles well. She walks well. She's really correct in her feet and legs, mouth, breed type. I think the future is really bright. Come into a more of a brood ewe here in the second hole. You got to appreciate the growth and the substance to her. She's probably getting just a little more cover and done and that I like at this far along, but I think a sheep that fits in real well. Ewe in third's the big outline sheep, just doesn't balance quite for me, but a ewe I think is going to be a tremendous yearling. And we come into another ewe that's another big broody ewe that I just like to correct her and clean her up a little bit through her chest floor. And then a real fancy little ewe lamb just gives up just a little bit of length, but really pretty breed type.
For the Pole Dorset Fitted Show, our senior champion ram came out of that early fall Ram Lamb class in 152. Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2509. The reserve senior champion was second in the early fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. Placing on the Hampshire Fitted March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to 159, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2527. Second place to 152, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 2563. Third place to 160, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. Fourth place to 158, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 155, Sadie Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. Sixth place to 165, Alf Hampshire's, Janesville, Wisconsin. 7 to 157, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 8 to 153, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 9 to 154, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. 10th place to 164, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. And 11 to 163, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Placing on the late fall Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to 158, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2524. Second place to 159, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio, with Belmar Farm 2462. Placing for the fitted winter Ram Lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Show. First to 160, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9687, Brady. Second to 161, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Crouch 2513. Placing on the fitted spring Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to 162, Hilltop Dorsets, Monroe, Louisiana, with Hilltop Dorsets 2529, Donnie. Now showing pair Ram Lambs.
Junior Hampshire junior drive on the U side. Very impressed with the quality you guys brought out, and the 6 sheep I got here that I found is to start the classes in second places, and you never know what you're going to walk into, but you kind of got a design in your head, and I feel confident with the sheep that I like. I found, I think that these sheep are breeding stock that'll yet still make commercial stock with the right bucks on them. I don't know how much white muscle I really desire. I think these sheep are out in the right condition. I'm going to go out and select the 2 I think I feel the best about today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the pair Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorset, first place goes to Mike Reynolds of Almsville, Oregon. For the fitted Hampshire National Show, our junior champion Ram or ewe came from the January class, 126, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2507. The reserve champion was second in that January class, 125, Heather Wright, Moose Lake, Minnesota, with Kate Person 2504. For the Pole Dorset, our junior champion in the fitted division goes to 158. Out of the late fall Ram Lamb class, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2524. The reserve champion came from the winter Ram Lamb class, Claire Spildy, entry number 160, Stoughton, Wisconsin, Spildy 9687, Brady. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion Ram. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshire Show, first place to 177, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois. Second to 173, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third to 168, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 4 to 172, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fifth place to entry number, or to Mike Caskey, Holland, Michigan, with Minnesota. 6 to Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 7 to Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 8 to 170, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 167, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 10 to 176, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
Hampshire U show wound down. I want to thank the breeders for giving me the opportunity to sort through your ewes or your flock sheep. That I was very impressed. I think we got a tremendous set. You guys got the future looks bright on the frame side of things. The breeders are working together. I'll go out here shortly and select the grand overall and the reserve grand. Thank you.
Following the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion ewe, we will be having a fitted flock class before we go into the slick sheared show. For the Hampshires, our grand champion, you went to entry number 59. 59 was our senior champion out of the late yearling U class, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with Gilmore Davison, 24-36. The reserve grand champion was 126, our junior champion. 126 out of the January U Lamb class, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person, 2507. Again, we will now have a fitted flock class. Fitted flock class will be your next. For the Poll Dorsets in the fitted division of your Rams, Grand Champion Ram went to 158. The Junior Champion Ram out of the late fall Ram Lamb class, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 25-24. The reserve Grand Champion Ram came from our class of early fall Ram Lambs, and it was our senior champion, entry 152, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2509. For our fitted flock for the Hampshires, our winner was Tom Bobbendreyer of Pipestone, Minnesota. Our premier exhibitor, however, for the fitted portion of the Hampshire National Show is Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
Good morning. As we get started over here in the National Hampshire Show, we got a pair of yearling bucks up here that are very, very different. With that being said, just look, assembly, athleticism, one that is so good in motion. He's tall-shouldered, he's neat-looking, just so flexible, and he's got plenty of muscle shape about him as I get my hands on him. Probably Muhammad Ali's out here in second, one that's just got tons of power and punch and just ripped up muscle shape. He's just too inflexible about his shoulder and how he wants to drop in his blade there. One that I think needs to be less restricted in his hock and his pastern as we get him walking around the ring. But that one is by far the more masculine sheep that's got more muscle shape, a big old hip in him. I just need to make him neater looking, sounder structured today for this particular judge to move up and swap this pair. I think a really elite pair of Hampshire bucks, both got great breeding value. Let's give them a round of applause.
Judging our Slickshorn Hampshires for your national show today is Troy Longenecker of Annville, Pennsylvania. Troy works as a general manager for a liquid feed company. He also owns and operates Longnecker Showstock and Side Hustle Sheep Company, where he raises Southdowns, Dorset, Advantage, and Katahdin sheep. Troy is also the flock consultant for Lobdell Dorpers in Freeport, Illinois, and D.L. Grumbine Dorsets in Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Troy's favorite North, he says, is jumping the show ring fence with many sheep friends. Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling rams for the Hampshires, first to 185, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania, with HPF 2401. Second place to 186, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 3007. Placing on the fitted early yearling ewes for the Pole Dorset Show. First to 177, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2409. Second place to 171, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois, with Stunkel 3851. Third to 173, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 4 to 172, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fifth to 174, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6 to 176, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio.
We get our fall rams out here and another pair of them that I think are very different. That being said, we're going to use a higher performing one that's got more length to his neck and length to his spine from that 13th rib back. He's just square out of his hip and hind leg as he hits the surface. He's got more reach. When we watch him get out and go, do need to make him more flexible in his spine there and not get him up so much. And we set him in motion, but one that I think is just taller shouldered and neater looking when we get him propped up here. Just so much more mass and power and rib cage to him. More moderate sheep comes here in second. And so when we set him in motion, wants to drop in his shoulder and just get deep in his chest floor there. Really need to square him up in his dock region there. Just get him a little fresher to the touch. Just more punch from behind. Open him up in his pin width. Just give him some more size and grow and scale to get around that big fall buck ahead of him. Nice pair in this particular class. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the National Hampshire Show. First place to 188, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2437, The Rock. Second to 127, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Platinum 25311.
We get out here in our senior ram drive in the Hampshire show, and there is a pair of them out here. I think just have the most pieces and breeding value. We're going to keep those two yearling bucks together. They'll be your senior and reserve senior champion.
For the National Hampshire Slickshorn Show, our senior champion was 185 out of the yearling ram class, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania, HPF 2401. The reserve senior champion was our second place yearling ram. Entry 186, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 3007.
Over here in the Hampshire ring, we've got 6 bucks out here that really none of them fit together and have the similar build and style. But that being said, we got a big, bulky, powered up one to go ahead and start this particular class. He's ultra masculine and really stout featured. This one's cage and upper rib shape is just tremendous. He is the biggest and squarest in his hip, and it's that flat, square hip and a wide pin width, which is going to go ahead and get him the nod from me today. Boy, I wish he was just a little neater in his chest and just kept his front toes underneath of him as we watched him prance around the ring. I think he's got so much value from his blade back. I just really want to change him in the base of his shoulder, the way he wants to get wide in his front 1/3, and we watch him get out and go. This particular judge loves the sporty athleticism about this second place sheep. Watch him get out and go, and that's one that I'm going to tie into all day long. I love his neat shoulder, love his extension, love how fluid he is in motion. Get behind him, there's just not as much width. He's not as cracked open in his top side of his skeleton. His underlying balance isn't nearly where it needs to be, and he just needs to be a little more spread open in his pelvis and just pull him apart in that regard and just flatten him out in his hip. I think if we can do that, that one wins for fun. I like that sheep quite a deal. Really, a combination sheep's going to come here in third. Love his tall shoulder, love his extension, love his breed type. His lines are good. He's really good, and his structure as well. We watch him get out and go, especially in his front shoulder there and his knee. Just needs some more flexibility, and we get behind him. He's just not as much stifle shape, not as much width, just not as cracked open in his center body. But I think that one paints a really nice picture from the side when we get him propped up. High performing one comes here in 4. This guy's bulky and big and stout. He's not as flexible in his hock and his pastern. Wants to round out of both ends of his skeleton. Same goes for the young lady sheep here that comes in 5. This one's neck set. I want to tie up on the top side of his shoulder. We watch him get out and go, and he just wants to roll out of his hip and get up in his spine. But I think he's really good about his touch and his handle quality, really thin about his hide and his breed type. Really good class all the way through. Let's give the Hampshire exhibitors a round of applause.
A cell phone with a pinkish case has been found in the women's restroom. If you're missing one, it's up at the show ring desk. Placing for the fitted Dorset late yearling U class, first place goes to entry 179, Rachel Gately, Pine Summers, Connecticut. Pine Knob Farm 2440, Phoebe. Second place to 184, Gemma Dorsey, Moreau, Illinois, with DF Nichols Sheep Farm 3202, Mystery. Third place to 180, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Fourth place to 217, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to 182, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth to 183, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 7 to 181, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Eighth place to 178, Bill Sheehan, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Dorsets, first to 186, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Third, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. For the Slickshorn Hampshires in the January class, first place goes to entry 199. Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25035. Second place to 92, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin, with Metro 2518, Cosmo. Third to 193, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 191, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. 5 to 195, Mark Novak, Browntown, Wisconsin. And 6 to 198, Madeline Pym, Bergen, New York.
February Ram class here in the Hampshire ring has some really good quality. 4 or 5 deep in this particular class. We've got kind of a race car out here in this particular drive to go ahead and win this class. He's so sporty and athletic. He's big and just powerful. Love his cage, love his handle quality, love his skin and his texture. And this one just floats around the ring, built for speed. And I think that's where he's going to go ahead and get the nod from me today. Higher performing sheep comes here in second. Love his length, love his ruggedness. I love this one's grow and size, and then still just so big and pulled apart in his hip. He's ultra punchy. It's when we set him in motion, this guy just wants to get really easy in his top. He wants to get inverted in his hip, maybe at times just outside on his right hock here, and wants to drop in the base of his blade. I think that guy's got a lot of value as well. I like him a lot when we get him out here and get him presented. Kind of a more weather style sheep coming here in third, one that's really youthful and green. I just want to make him a little taller shouldered and neater looking up front. Tie his neck just a little higher on the top side of his shoulder. He's got good handle quality and texture and tone. This one I do think we need to change him about his color and his breed type just a bit to rival those two right ahead of him. I think he's a really nice sheep here to land in the third hole. If you want to talk about silhouette and look and extension, just style and balance, you're going to tie into this fourth place sheep all day long. Love his look, love his size and his scale. This one just paints the best picture in this particular class. So when we step in behind him, need more rib shape and just pull him apart in his hip. This one just tapers and comes back too narrow for me today when I get behind him, but I think the young ladies get him presented the most out here in this particular class. Just super fun to look at, more elegant like a lady than a man out here in this particular division. Young ladies out here with the fifth place sheep, one that likes to drive and push forward, just getting a little softer about his pasterns. He's wanting to get up in his spine. I think if we can relax this one just a little bit, just maybe put some more power and punch on him as well, we can move him up higher in this particular class. Round out the class with one that's just a little greener and more youthful, one that's got some length and some extension, just needs some more bone work under him, some more mass from behind. Let's give these Hampshire February exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to 203, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. Second place to entry 202, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Third place to 207, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fourth to 205, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 208, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And 6 to 206, Caitlin Jornby, Browntown, Wisconsin.
fresh in her touch. I just greatly appreciate this female that wins the class. You come in here in second, kind of the same type and kind. Maybe like to freshen her up just a nickel, maybe just shave a little bit off that breastplate in comparison to you that win the class. Maybe stretch her out in that front 1/3, but a really nice, extremely well balanced type of female. You appreciate the rib. I appreciate the hip in this you. I think she's a logical second. You coming out here in third, man, you love the length of spine. You get her on the side profile as a man, we're going to run with her all day. It's just when we get her on the move, she's just not quite as athletic when we get her out. She wants to drop her front end just ever so slightly in comparison to the two views that I had her, but just a really nice view here coming in third. As we get down here to our two views that are coming out in fourth and fifth, views that don't quite have the light of the spine, don't quite have that front end that would be able to see views that I had her today. I like it, like I said, just stretch these guys out, smooth them up just a little bit when you get in the higher class.
Over here in the Hampshire ring as we wrap up the buck show in our March class. Just a pair of them out here, and I think from the outside looking in, this pair is a lot closer than you might think. This buck that comes out in first, he's good to the touch. He's big and square, just more weather style and highly presented. We set him in motion. I need more flexibility out of the base of his shoulder. He is super wide and stout at the ground. His underlying balance for me just needs a little bit more immaturity to drop him in his flank there, but I think this buck from outside and just handle quality and that hip that he has in him, just the way he handles his hock, is going to go ahead and land him the class winner in this particular pair. Young lady sheep that comes here in second, skeletally he is the widest. He is so big in his top and his loin edge. He is big and just opened up in his pelvis. That being said, I need to widen him up in his chest and the way he wants to function out of his feet. This one's right hock just gets outside of his skeleton way too much. I think if we can change that about him, I think he wins this pair pretty easy. Really nice pair of March bucks here to wrap up our show.
For our March and later born Ram Lamb class of the Slick Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 209, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2700. Second place to 210, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Storms 1438. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the polled Dorsets, first place to 197, Glenn Stunkel Dorsets, Dickerson, Maryland, with Purple Ribbon Farm 802. Second to 198, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with Pine Knob Farm 2510. Third place to entry 190, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth place to 195, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to 196, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Sixth to 199, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 7 to 193, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 8th place to 189, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 9 to 192, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio. And 10th place to 194, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio. For the Pole Dorset in the fitted division, our fitted senior champion U goes to 179. Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2440 Phoebe. That was out of the late yearling U class. The reserve senior champion U was 197. Out of the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, Glenn Stunkel, Stunkel Dorset's Dickerson, Maryland, with Purple Ribbon Farm 802.
Out here in our Hampshire Junior Drive, I think we've got 6 rams out here that offer a lot of value to the breed, ones that I think you can turn loose and work on quite a different group of ewes, whether you've got power in your flock or just have really pretty ones that you can put some of these rugged masculine ones on. There's 2 that I think just fit me the best, just being really athletic, really long-necked, really good about their chest and their shoulder. This particular judge is going to like them, just really good looking and really sporty. I'll go out and show you the 2 I like in this particular drive. Congratulations.
For our Hampshire show, our Slickshorn Junior champion goes to entry 203. Out of the February Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, Johnson 25077. The reserve junior champion was 202. Same class, second place, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn pair of Ram Lambs, first place went to Sarah J.C. Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
As we wrap up our Ram show here in the Slick-Shirred National Champion Hampshire Drive, I think we got 4 Rams out here that exemplify the breed, and there's several that I think play on both sides of the wall down here when it comes to just versatility. I think there is an absolute sledgehammer in this particular drive, and if I was running a group of Hampshire ewes, whether it was big slick ones or little weather sheep, I think you can open the gate and let him use his hammer on all of them when you get back to the field. So that being said, there's one that I think is just an easy national champion. There's one that follows him just when it comes to athleticism and neck and extension look and just being super big in his hip. I'll go find you the 2 that are going to get the purple felt today. Let's give them a round of applause.
For the Slick-Shirred Hampshire, the national champion, Ram goes to entry 203. 203 was our junior champion out of the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class. Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. The reserve grand champion, 202. Second in that February Ram Lamb class, our junior reserve champion, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Placing on the Paul Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class, first place to 203. Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with TML 2429. Second place to 207, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2520. Third to 206, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 4 to 204, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 202, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. And 6 to 208, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois.
We get out here and start our female show, and man, this top five is a lot of quality and a lot of differences. And I know we're starting with the small one, but I'll be the first to admit, and anyone watching this show, find one that's as proportional, as balanced, as good in motion, and I'll argue that all day long. This one is straight good. When we set her in motion, her pieces blend, her parts are really good, her underlying balance is the best, and she does utilize her hip and her hind leg better than anything else in this class. And for me, when it comes to structure, build, and assembly, she gets the nod all day long. The first to admit, I'd like her to be taller shouldered, neater looking. She needs to be more extended to go ahead and call her a straight smoke show. That being said, in this particular class, I think her build and balance, just integrity of that structure is one that just needs to go ahead and start this class. Pair for me comes here in 2 and 3. That being said, we've got the Christmas tree out here in second that's kind of dressed to the nines. She is so shined up and bright, and one that I think just comes with all the presents and bells and whistles at the surface. She does want to just roll out of her hip when we set her in motion. She wants to get lower about her shoulder. I think we need to make her more flexible in her hock to go ahead and just call her a class winner in this particular division. Second place sheep is so attractive when we get her propped up. Love her size and scale, her added performance. She doesn't wedge with as much pelvis and width. She closes up in her hock when we watch her get out and go. Just not quite the rib shape, just not quite the neck set we see in that female right ahead of her. I think a really elite trio here to go ahead and start this Hampshire female show. A young lady sheep that comes here next. I think this one's cage and just center body is so incredible. She is big ribbed and one that's super maternal. Love her big pelvis she's got. That one's pin width, just stoutness from behind is really, really good. So we set her in motion. That one wants to get up in her spine. She wants to break in her loin edge. She wants to get inverted about her hip. I just wish she'd walk around taller shouldered, neater looking, and not just roll out of her front 1/3. We set her out in the go. Big white feature, just more maternal, more robust one to round out this top five. Just need to make her a little more tricked out up front. Need to freshen her up. Just bring her with some more punch from behind. Really nice class here to start out our female show. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the fitted Winter ewe lamb class for the pole Dorset's first to 214. Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm, 990. Second to 215, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, Spildy, 9681. Third to 78, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, 4 to 211, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 5 to 210, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 6 to 37, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. And 7 to 231, Pink Ribbon Livestock, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Early Yearling U class for the Hampshires. First place to 233, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin, with Menon, IN 09900. Second place to 227, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to 231, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 4 to 235, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. Fifth to 216, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 6 to 234, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. 7 to 236, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 8 to 229, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. And 9 to 230, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire.
Over here in our late Hampshire yearling ewes, the most youthful, freshest one that is the most athletic, the neatest about her chest, the one that's the freshest to the touch, and she's just got that big, flat, square hip about her. I think that's one that for me at this particular stage of the game is just the highly presented one and fed and managed. I wish I could change her there a little bit in her loin edge, but I think we've got a problem with that all the way through, and if she had as much bark as some of them behind her, I think that would smooth out. So with that being said, one that is just so fresh to her rack, so big in her loin edge. She is the flattest and squarest in her hip, and just one that I love her underline balance, how tall-shouldered, neat-looking, and extended she is. Maybe not the stoutest at the ground, and maybe one that we just need to put some more chub on her to flush out her loin edge there. I think that one's got the most value, just fun to look at, just from every angle. Really, the pair comes here in 2 and 3 for me today, and I'm going to go ahead and side with the one that is just longer necked and taller shouldered, just gets out just a little bit better out of her front 1/3. She does want to roll out of her hip. When we set her in motion, she is pushing way too much bark out over her ribs today to go ahead and rival that class winner. The more moderate one comes here in 3, and I think she's got great pieces. Love her underline symmetry and her lines. This one just gets a little more shorter coupled as we watch her get out in her hock. I just need her to be taller, need her looking up front as well. I just need to change her in her shoulder assembly and her neck set. I think that one's got a lot of value as well. Big ultra maternal one is going to come here in 4. This one is just got a big old top in her and a big hip. She does get a little rounder and softer there. One that I think when we set her in motion, she just wants to just roll out of both sides of her skeleton. She's just a little frailer at the ground. I really love the sheep that comes here in 5. When we get her propped up and presented, she is raw to the touch. She is really good and attractive, tall-shouldered. I think when this one gets presented in the profile, she wins the class. So when we set her in motion, she just wants to drop her neck, get more restricted out of her joints. She wants to get up in her spine and roll out of her hip. I think if we can make this one prance around the ring just altogether more collected, I think she's a top pair contender. Really nice group of 5 of them out here in our late yearling U class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Hampshires, first place to 218. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with Northern Oklahoma College 24076. Second place to entry 219. Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2508. Third place to 224, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 221, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma. 5 to 225, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 6 to 220, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 7 to 222, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania. And 8 to 223, Clayton Landis. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Slickshorn Hampshire Show. First to Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania. Results from the fitted spring ewe lamb class. For the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry 224, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Speldy 9692. Second place to 218, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2551. Third to 223, Bill Sheehan, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to 219, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 5 to 222, Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois. 6 to 220, Troy Doty, Livington, Illinois. 7 to entry 221, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 226, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 5, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Sixth place, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. And seventh place, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois.
Over here in the slick sheared Hampshire ring, a pair of fall ewe lambs here that I think are next level elite when it comes to build and assembly and pieces that they bring to the table. One that's just so good in motion, good in her stride, and highly presented. She's tall shouldered, good looking, fresh to the touch. She is so good, and the security of her hip and her hind leg. We watch her get out and go. I think that one's balance, just quality is where I'm going to tie my priorities today. She's going to go ahead and be our class winner. If you like them big and robust and just on the top side and ones that have high performance and just more grow, you're going to tie into the second place sheep. I think she's just a little bit more uncoordinated in her loin edge, just not quite the swoop and underline balance that we see in that class winner. Just wish she was just a little bit more flexible in her hock compared to our class winner. I think that top pair is really, really good. Just two very high quality sheep. Third place sheep out here in this particular drive is one that just gets out horsed in this particular division. Maybe one that's more of a weather style sheep that just doesn't have quite the look, quite the size and scale. And then with that being more moderate, she is not as big in her hip and her pelvis as those two right ahead of her. I just wish she came with more progression of width from behind. As we get wrapping up this top 5 here, we've got a pair of slick-legged ones that are going to round out this group. And I know we can't eat the wool, just throws them off balance just a little bit, but these don't come with as much squareness of shape and edge and just topside performance and width that we see in those 3 right ahead of him. There were some more in 6, 7 in this particular class that had their yearling teeth and maybe ones that were just out of place and just didn't progress as wide. But let's give this whole group a round of applause. I like this fall class quite a bit. Very deep set.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for our National Hampshire Show. First place to 252, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service, 24310. Second place to 242, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with K. Poe, 4012. Third place to 248, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4 to 247, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 5 to 245, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 6 to 249, Sarah, JC, and Justin, Calaban, Wisconsin. 7th place to 241, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 8 to 250, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 9th place to 244, Stella Gibson, Mineral, Virginia. And 10 to 243, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. For our Paul Dorset show, in the fitted division, our first place animal from the fitted spring ewe lamb class will be our junior champion. That's 224, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 96.92. The reserve junior champion to 214 out of the winter ewe lamb class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm 990.
Over here in the Hampshire ring, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause in this senior champion drive. Tremendous set and quality and highly presented. Appreciate just all the added extras that these folks have put into presenting these sheep. And I'm glad we're not policing the belly wool and scooping out the hocks like some of the other breeds. I think these are just dressed to the nines, and it's been fun to go ahead and look at and evaluate. There are 6 out here that are super high quality. And with that being said, they come with all the extras and intangibles of just being next level, high quality show sheep. There is a pair of them in my particular mind that really hit me the hardest when it comes to breed changing pieces and just being so good in their quality. It's hard to separate this pair of fall ewe lambs. They're going to be champion in reserve.
Grand Champion U for the Pole Dorset Fitted Show goes to our senior champion, entry 179 out of the late yearling U class, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2440 Phoebe. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry number 224 out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9692. Now ready for fitted flock. Over on the Hampshire side, on our Slick Shorn ewes, our Slick Shorn senior champion went to our first place in the senior ewe lamb class, 252, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, Northern Star Livestock Service, 24310. The reserve champion in the senior division goes to 242, second in that senior ewe lamb class, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with K Poe 4012. Placing on the flock class, first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. Second place in the flock goes to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Again, we're going to show best headed ram now, and then best headed ewe.
Over here in the Hampshire ring, as we start in our young female show, there's one in this particular class that I think just goes ahead and finds her way to the top for fun. I like this one quite a deal when she hit the ring. She's just got that presence and elegance, but then she still comes with a big powered up hip, a huge top in her, and she is the stoutest at the surface. One that I think is just a combination sheep to make weather sheep and then to still make big, pretty show sheep as well. And that's where we need to set our priorities and just have that combination and balance. And she goes ahead and does that at the highest level and degree in this particular lineup. Sheep here in second is unmatched when it comes to handle quality. Man, that thing's got a big cage in her. She is so wide in her loin edge. She is so powered up and so thin about her hide and her texture. She's just not pretty enough up front for me today. I need this one taller shouldered, need her looking. Just need to pick her up in the base of her chest. I think all the extras that she brings to the table is just hard to match when it comes to cage and power, hip, and just width at the surface. And she still gets around the ring so good for being that bulky and masculine up front and not ladylike. So I think that's a really good top pair. If we want to talk about showmanship, third place wins for fun. This one is just really highly presented all the time. She just drives the wheels off of this particular sheep. That being said, this one just wants to break in her loin edge and just flip her tail to the sky. I think if we can line her up and make her level in that regard, I can run her to the top in a lot of different ways. I think she comes with just that stout skull and just Hampshire breed type about her and just being so fluid in motion. Need to change her there in her loin edge, just make her hip flatter for me today. If we're talking about silhouette and extension and pattern, I really fall in love with this fourth place sheep. This one is so attractive from the side, so white featured, so good in her lines. So when I step right in behind her, this one is the narrowest from behind, just one that needs to be pulled apart, and her hook spins and thurls just down to her stifle shape. She just wants to taper up so much when we get her in that particular lineup, and then we watch her get out and go. Just need her to hinge a little bit better out of her hip and her hind leg to move forward in this particular class. Another highly presented one here in 5 that I think comes with so much back shape, so much power. It's when we set her in motion, she wants to get forward and round about her shoulder. She does want to just get plainer about her hip compared to her contemporaries ahead of her. I think this class of ewe-lambs is really, really good, and we are going to fire up for a really good female show here in our junior drive later. Let's give them all a round of applause.
For our best headed awards from the Pole Dorset show, our best headed ram went to Mike Reynolds, Auville, Oregon, Reynolds Stock Farm, with Reynolds Stock Farm 25-24 out of the late fall Ram Lamb class, number 158. The best headed ewe, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with the animal from the late yearling ewe class 217. And that went to Scotch Lane Farm 925. That does conclude our Pole Dorset shows. Our judge has been Ron Waldron of Ohio. Our next breed in that ring is Horn Dorsets. And our judge is Ron Waldron from St. Paris, Ohio. He's the owner of East Star Livestock with his wife, Holly. They raise full-blood white Dorpers, and they raise those based on high-performance phenotype and maternal lines. When he's not working at home, Ron spends all his free time with his family, especially his grandchildren, Ella, Ollie, and Wells. Let's welcome Ron Waldron to your Horn Dorset show. Congratulations to the Pole Dorset Downsboro Sire of the Year, and that is Piped Up Johnston 21452, owned by Chad Lawyer of Carlock, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn January ULAM class for the Hampshires. First to, and that's the early class. First to 256, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with Slick 2510. Second place to 262, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25041. Third to 285, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth place to 263, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth place to 265, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 200, Taylor Brittingham. Seventh place Seventh place goes to 283, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 8 to 264, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling ram class, first place goes to entry 1, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin, with Just for Fun Sheep GR08.
Over here in the Hampshire side, I think there's one female out here that goes ahead and just surfaces. This one is so good in motion. She's so athletic. And then this one comes with all the creases and edges, just so powered up, so maternal about her rib. And then just from behind has all that terminal shape and power like a blackface sheep should. This one is really good when we set her in motion. I think she's just kind of unmatched in that particular regard of just being ladylike and just moving out free and easy, and then still having that cage about her, and then that handle quality just being gigantic from behind. A nice class winner here to start. We've got a trio of them here in 2, 3, and 4 that I think you can talk yourself into a bunch of different ways to go about them. With that being said, the one that's just so extended, so ladylike, the one that is the best in motion, carries her neck on the top side of her shoulder. She's so good, and we watch her get out, and she paints that pretty silhouette. She's got ample muscle, and I think just enough to go out here and balance and be proportional. I like this one quite a bit from the side, just her Hampshire feature and her breed type to go ahead and bring her to the top of this trio. That's where I'm going to lay my priorities today. Young ladies, bring us one out here in third that has a lot of power and shape. She is getting a little softer about her touch when we get out over her ribs and back through her loin. When we set her in motion, just wants to rock forward about her rack shape. She wants to roll up out of her shoulder and stick her neck on the front side of her blade. Wish we could change her in that regard, trim her up and her edges, and I think she can play in this top pair. The really white-featured one comes here in 4, and man, I wish we could just get her out and get her just prancing around the ring because she just wants to drag her hind legs and just really just wants to be more restricted about her hock. Need to lengthen her out in her hip, pull her apart in her dock region there and back through a pin structure. But I think that one from the side just comes with a lot of extras to go ahead and be in our top 5 of this particular division. Just wish she was a little harder to the touch. I wish she moved out of her hip and her hind leg just a little bit better to move up in this particular class. Young man brings us one here in 5 that I think he's better on the block than he is on the stick sometimes. That being said, this one moves out good. Just a really nice sheep to go ahead and just be balanced up, good underline balance, really square from end to end, one that moves on a good set of feet and legs. I love the white feature and face about this one as well. Let's give this class of Hampshires a round of applause.
Placing on the class of fitted fall Ram Lambs for the Horn Dorset, first place to entry number 8, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Second place to entry 5, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Third, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with entry 7. Fourth place to entry 9, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin, and 5 to entry 10, Just for Fun Sheep. Placing on the Slickshorn late January ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to 276, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2614. Second place to 275, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Westlake 2543. Third place to 255, Lillian Walder, Athena, Oregon. Fourth place to 273, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 282, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Sixth place to 274, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. Seventh place to entry 270, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Eighth place to 272, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 9 to 268, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 10 to 279, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. 11th place to 271, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 12 to 280, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. 13 to 278, Braden Parks, Terrell, Texas. And 14 to 281, Maggie Sue Spencer, Terrell, Texas. For the Horn Dorset National Show, our senior champion and reserve senior champion is the fitted fall Ram Lambs. Champion is entry 8, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 22. And the reserve senior is entry 5, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted Winter Ram Lamb in first to entry 4, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W9206.
doesn't disappoint you as well. Ram here that's coming out in second, the same type of kind. Big and bold in his makeup and matching in that front one third. Big full down to that top. I like that balance and symmetry about this Ram as well. He's not quite as full down to that twist and outer cycle as our Ram ahead of him, but just a really good breed type Ram here. Ram that we got coming out in third, maybe not as quite as trim, if you will, as the Rams ahead of him here. You like the bone work about him, the fullness of top, the power up through that front end. Maybe just needs to be a tick cleaner in that pointer shoulder. A Ram I'd like to tighten up on those rear wheels just a little bit. Doesn't quite hit them sound to the ground as I'd like to see. Kind of a more framier, really long spine type of Ram here that's coming out here in fourth hole. A Ram, if I'm going to hit him on breeds type, I'd like to see those horns open up just a little bit more when looking from the front view. A Ram that just needs a little bit more power over the top and down through that leg. But I think if you're going to go for something, if you're going to make females at home, this is the cat you want to look at for. The fifth place Ram is very intriguing. He's very different in his design. I'll give him that. A lot of bone and power about this Ram. Big and bold at that front end. He just doesn't, he's got the right pieces. We just need that committee to come together. I'd like to stretch him out just a little bit. He's big in that top, but for the size of his top, I'd like to see more muscle down through that leg to make this Ram balance up. I think if you're trying to make it something new, cool, and trendy, that's the cat to look at. Very nice set of Rams.
Over here in the Hampshire ring, I think this February class is real deep. Just a really big one to work through, and I think this top pair is just impeccable. I think it's splitting hairs between the two, and outside the ring, you might like a different one, and that's okay. But when we get out here and get them moving and functioning, the one that's just got a little more maternal sweep to her underline, the one that's just a little bit better about her loin edge, longer and more pulled apart in her pin set and her hip structure, one that just flexes ever so slightly better out of her hock is the one that's going to go ahead and win this class. The real tricked out one comes here in second. This one is big, creasy back, just so much wild pieces about this sheep. I just wish when we set her out in motion, she just had a nickel more flex to her hock. Wish she didn't overdrive and just want to push at the base of her shoulder, want to break in her hip and her loin junction there. Just need to lengthen her up in her hip to go ahead and rival that class winner. But I like both of them quite a bit. Young man sheep here in third is just so elegant, so smooth in her pattern, so good in her silhouette. Just gets outpowered in this particular class. Just not quite the stoutness of feature. This one doesn't have quite the bone, or when we get behind her, just need more cage, more muscle, more width throughout. I think that trio is really good, really similar. Really like this pair, this group quite a bit. The big, high-performing, big production female comes here in four. She's just pushing too much shoulder today and breast. She's got way too much condition in this particular class, but she is one big, rugged, robust, just big turn to her cage and her underline. She is stout-hipped and one that's really fuzzy at the ground. That being said, I just need a square edge and crisper touch to this one. Just need to make her more youthful and elegant, just a little bit harder touching to move up in this particular class. Sheep and rolls here in five is one that just in motion falls apart there in her rack and her loin edge, but she is one that's so elegant, so attractive. Need to change her about her breed type of her head to move up in this class as well. Let's give them all a round of applause. A really deep, a really big class of Februaries to work through.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to entry 20, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W9095. Second place to entry number 15, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W9150. Third to entry 19, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 2, Maple Hollow, Barbie Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 5 to 16, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Sixth place to 21, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 7 to 18, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Eighth place to 17, also Vivian Stephenson. And ninth to entry number 14, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs, Slick Shorn for the National Hampshire Show. First place to 294, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25024. Second to 296, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Beckmeyer Brothers 2533. Third to 298, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 4 to 299, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to 312, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 288, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. 7 to 290, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 300, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 317, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 10th place to 308, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 11 to entry number 303, pardon me, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 12 to 297, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 13 to 311, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 14 to 305, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 15th place to entry placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place to Ty Thorson, Stewardson, Illinois. Second, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Following the selection of the Grand Champion Ram, which we're getting ready to do for the Horn Dorsets, we will show Best Headed Ram. Our Junior Champion Ram went to entry number 20 out of that Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class. Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W9095. The reserve went to the first place in the fitted winter Ram Lamb class. Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W9206. Grand Champion Ram for your National Horn Dorset show is entry number 8, our Senior Champion Ram out of the Fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Junior Champion, entry number 20 out of the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W905. Again, we will have the best headed ram class now before we move into our females. Best headed ram for the National Horn Dorset show is entry number 5 out of the Fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2505.
over here in the Hampshire ring as we wrap up here with our March ewe lambs. A really exceptional class all the way through. And last night at supper, my crew asked me to take a trip to Salt Lake City, Utah, and I don't think we could drive as many miles as we would to get there and back and find one as good as our class winner. I think she's pretty special. She gets around so athletic. She's fresh. She's one that's big in her cage, big in her hip. I think that one is stout and powerful and still elegant. Really nice class winner here to start in this particular drive. Sort comes here for me in 2 and 3, and that being said, probably the more mature one, the one with more belly and underline balance, one that's just flatter in her hip is going to go ahead and rival our class winner. She is one that's just pushing too much bark today and maybe not quite as square in her loin edge, one that I think is ultra mature out here and quick in this particular drive. That being said, I think that's the second favorite sheep in my mind to go ahead and follow our class winner. Really fresh, really youthful one here in third. Just wants to roll a bit out of her hock and maybe not quite be as square in her loin edge or as stout and powerful in her hip as we see in those two right ahead of her. I think that's a really exceptional sheep here. Problem sheep come here for me in 4 and 5. We've got this super youthful, really attractive one here in 4. She paints a really good silhouette. She's got enough power. She's got a big old rack in her. This one is really hard to the touch, really fresh, really youthful. I think she's probably the one that's just the youngest one in this particular lineup. So when we set her in motion, I wish she wasn't so stiff-necked and just prancing around so dainty on her front set of feet and legs. I think from her rack back and just her underline for how immature she is, this one is really, really good. And when we get her propped up, I like this one quite a deal. Fifth place sheep is one that's got a lot of extension. She is the longest one from that 13th rib back in this particular lineup. She's so good about her head and her breed type. So when we set her in motion, she just wants to throw herself off balance. She wants to get forward about her breast and her chest there as we watch her get out and go. She wants to get up in her spine and break in her loin edge. We can just make her ever so slightly stouter in her hip to progressively get wider from behind. I think she can move her way up as well in this class. Really nice group of marches. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the Slickshorn March and later born ewe lamb for the National Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 324, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with KPO 3036. Second place to entry number 323, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25070. Third to 331, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 330, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 325, Kurt and Miranda Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 6 to 328, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma. 7 to entry number 322, Campbell Corbin and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 8 to 320, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 9 to 327, Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 10 to 286, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 11 to 332, Kathleen Jornaby, Browntown, Wisconsin. Placings for the Slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry 340, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Second place to 342, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 336, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 335, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Fifth place to 339, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Sixth place Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana. 7 to 337, Misfit Acres, Argyle, New York. And 8 to 341, Allison Cords, Charlotte, Michigan.
Over here in the Hampshire ring, incredible junior drive. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. We've got 8 of them out here that I think come with a lot of extras and pieces. Just being really elite show sheep out here, it's been my pleasure to sort through these ewe lambs, and I've done my best job of finding the ones that I'd like to take home or raise, just high quality ones that were presented to the nines, and ones that are fed and managed well, still exemplify a breed type, and then get out and move. I think as we get out here and evaluate these 8, and we set these front line here in motion, there is 2 of them that just surface for me when it just comes to the way they hold their neck, and their arrogance about their front 1/3 when they get out and go. They trot like show ponies out here, and they keep their shoulders together, they keep their necks high, and they're really flexible on the move. That's where I'm going to lay my priorities today. I'll go show you the 2 I like. It's been my pleasure. Really elite ewe lamb show here in our Hampshire National Show. Congratulations.
For our Slickshorn Hampshire portion of the show, our Slickshorn Junior champion was 276 out of the late January ewe lamb class. Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2614. The reserve junior champion came to us from the February ewe lamb class. Entry 294, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25024. Now ready to select Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class for the Horned Dorsets, first place goes to entry 41, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. Second place to 45, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget 2002. Third place to 42, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4 to 44, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 5 to 40, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Sixth place to 39, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin. Seventh to 38, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to 43, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
It's been a really fun Hampshire show, and appreciate the opportunity and the nomination from the breed to come out here and sort this show. It's been a dream come true for me. Just an East Coast breeding sheep kid that didn't really grow up in this deal to start as a family affair. That being said, one that I've taken so much passion for and love, and just creating elite livestock and working with people across the country. I've got 4 females out here I'm super proud of, and just ones that are probably not all very similar, but this breeds all over the place when it comes to just what your programs are. And I think that goes for a lot of sheep that we see here at the North American. This is our Super Bowl where East meets the West and the Midwest, and we all come with our best and bring them out here to the green chips to play ball out here. And I'm really, really proud of these 4, the way they're presented and what they bring to the table. I'm very thankful for my crew that stuck here to watch me sort this whole deal, and be the peanut gallery, and my parents for coming down and watching me be able to participate in this event. That being said, I've done my best to just find an elite livestock that I'm the most comfortable with, cocky and arrogant, and still assembled the best ones that I love in motion, and ones that I think just have those extras of being just top-notch and elite livestock. I'll put the mic down. I'm going to go show you your Grand and Reserve. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks again.
For our Hampshire show, our grand champion ewe in the slick sheared portion went to our junior champion, 276. Out of the late January ewe lamb class, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2614. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion, entry 294. Out of the February ewe lamb class, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25024. Now ready to select on the Hampshire side of the ring, best headed, and that's that's slicked and fitted. So we'll start out with best headed ram. Best headed ram for the Hampshires, slicked and fitted together. Placing on the Horn Dorset Slick Shorn Yearling U class. On the Slick Shorn fitted or Slick Shorn yearling ewes, first place to entry 47, Maple Hollow, Barbie Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania with Maple Hollow 24014. Second to 46, Page Mentor, Brook, Indiana with Sarge 600. Third to 49, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to 52, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to 48, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 6 to 50, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 7 to 53, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the Horn Dorset pair yearling ewes, first place to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second to Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And third, Vivian Stephenson of Ulla, North Carolina. Best headed ram for the Hampshire show was out of Class 7, the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class. It was entry 45 in that class. Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobbendreyer 25.62. Best headed Hampshire ewe went to the entry 139 out of the fitted February ewe lamb class. Plaza Hamps 1275, Brody Payne of Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class. First place went to 59, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 21. Second to entry 60, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 24-14. Third to 58, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And fourth to 57, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Our senior champion ewe for the Horn Dorset show went to entry number 41 from the fitted yearling ewe class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. The reserve senior champion was entry number 59 out of the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 21. For the Hampshires, the winner of the mixed pair went to 392, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The flock winner is Tom Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. On the fitted, right, and was Conley? Who was? Okay, yeah. Okay, what's this? This young. What's this one? This. She laid him up here like that. I don't. There's young. Young flock went to Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. I don't know what that is. And the premier exhibitor for the slick sheared portion of our Hampshire show is Justin, Sarah, and J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place to 67, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 24. Second place to 63, Austin Logan, Matt Addison, and Morgan Inbody Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 496. Third place to 64, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, and 4 to 65, Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Judging our Cordale show today is Chris Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Chris is a full-time farmer, both livestock and grain. He and his family raise Hampshires, Oxfords, and Cotswold sheep. They also have a cow, calf, and feedlot operation with row crops consisting of corn and soybeans. Chris's spare time is spent following his two kids, Kinsey and Addison, around the show circuit or watching them play sports. Let's welcome Chris Meyer to your Cordale show here at the North American. Placing on the Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to 71, Maple Hollow, Bar Beef Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with Maple Hollow 24070. Second to 72, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Paul R. Castle, W9092. Third place to 68, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 73, Maple Hollow, Bar Beef Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 5 to 74, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 66, Jack Patterson, Chesterland, Ohio.
Well, it's a privilege over here to start your Cordell show and to be out here for your national show. Here we get into a class of $4 here. We got a buck, I think, that logically comes to the front pretty quickly. When you start analyzing this buck, he's the big buck in the class. He's the one he's the soundest at the ground. He's the biggest footed at the ground. He's got the most body. I mean, just a logical, just a big sheep to start with here today. The buck in second, one that he's got the extra added bone work compared to the bucks ahead of him. He's got a little more body. One that you'd like to make him a little better in his head for me today, but one that still has a fairly consistent fleece. Maybe want to make it a little more coarser. But one that's just got the extra body dimension and width compared to the buck in three. One that just gets out in the ring, just travels a little better. But he just a real nice place for that buck in there in second. Buck in third, probably the better headed buck in the class here. One that just getting a little more refined at the ground for me today compared to the bucks ahead of him. When you get your hands on him, he's the green buck in the class. Maybe just needs a little extra added dimension for him to compete with the bucks ahead of him. He's got a nice, beautiful fleece from front to rear. One that maybe just level him out over the hip compared to the two bucks ahead of him too. But a really nice, attractive Cordell looking buck there in third. We're going to run out the class here with another buck. He's got some bone work at the ground, but one that, yeah, I'd like to just make him a little better up in the head too. One that his fleece is not as consistent from front to rear. One that's still logically, he's got some shape, he's got some style, but I don't think he's got the extras the bucks ahead of him. Really nice class of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Corridales. First place goes to entry 4, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2333. Second place to entry 3, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio, with Purdy 360. Third place to entry 1, Creekside, South Downs, Versailles, Ohio, with Peters 2404. And 4 to entry number 2, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio.
We get out here on the Cordell side here, and we got three nice, intriguing bucks here. We're going to use the one that I think he's the most well balanced when you get off to the side. He's not the great big one, but he's the soundest out on the move. He's the levelest out over the hip, and his build is just what I'm looking for today. From the front shoulder back, he's built. He's up in the air. He comes out of that neck and shoulder structure better than the buck in second. If you're talking about length, let's go with the buck in second here. He's long from the 13th rib back. He's one that just don't quite put the pieces together. He's not as level out over the hip. Maybe you want to pick him up on his front feet a little bit, but really a nice buck there in second too. We're going to round out the class here with the buck in third, one that's got a nice fleece from front to rear. He's just giving up the overall body dimension, the fancy side scale. When you start analyzing him, he doesn't balance up as well as the bucks ahead of him, but a really nice class of bucks. Congratulations.
Results of the senior Ram Lamb class for the National Cordale Show. First place to entry 5, Tanner Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, with Bant 1324. Second place to entry 7, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. And third place to entry 6, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
We get out here for senior champion. I think these bucks speak for themselves. We're going to go with the big rugged buck here. He's going to be your senior champion. We're going to follow with the buck that's more made just like him compared to the other ones in class here, and use your fall buck for reserve. Congratulations.
Senior champion ram for the Cordale Show goes to the first place yearling ram, entry number 4, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, on Craig 2333. The reserve senior champion to our first place senior ram lamb, entry number 5, Tanner Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, with Bant 1324. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the National Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 80, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, Debia, 9208. Second place to 76, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow, 27. Third to 78, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 79, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Fifth place to 75, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Sixth place to 82, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 7 to 77, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
We get out here in the buck lambs on the Cordell side here, and we're going to leave them stand here. I think we got two bucks out here. They both kind of struggle a little bit getting around the ring for me today, so we're going to kind of excuse that. But we're going to start off with a big-footed ram here, one that's got some length of body. He's when you put your hands on him, he's the bigger, better top type of buck out of the pair here. One that's extremely long-bodied, long from his 13th rib back. I think he just puts the pieces together better for me today. Buck in second, still another nice ram. One that's just doesn't have quite the bone work and as the one ahead of him. One that's just not quite as long bodied. One that's not, just a tick back on about a lot of these categories I'm looking for today. But another really nice buck there. Congratulations.
Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class for the Corriedale National Show. First place to 11, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 25-13. Second, Mark Purdy with Purdy 392 from Lewis Center, Ohio. Placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First to 85, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, Debia, 9215. Second to 83, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget, 2075. 83rd to 84, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin.
we get into the late Cordale bucks here, and it's a challenging pair. And I mean, I think you could argue both ways on these two bucks here. I think when you start talking about structure at the ground, they're pretty similar. You know, when you talk about their angles, they're real similar. But I think what separates them, you know, I like the pattern of this one just a tick better up here in front, like how he's up through his front end. When you can get your hands on him, he's the best down his top. He's the straightest down his top. He's got a little longer tail set back there, so it makes him look a little off on his hip there. But I think he's just as level a hip as a buck in second. One that when you start analyzing this sheep, I think the growth curve to me right now, I think it has a little more potential here, but one that's got a really adequate fleece from front to rear. I think he just balances up for me today to win this class. Buck in second. If you want the bigger bodied buck at this stage of the game, you float towards this one. One that's not as comfortable off his front wheels, but one that's still super big barreled down the top, not as correct right behind his shoulder blades. One that actually, when he gets out on the move, he's a little wider base and tracks a little wider off those rear legs. But once they get him stuck, he's a real picture perfect type of ram here. One that both of these top two have really nice Cordale heads on them too. Another one with a really nice Cordale head here, buck in three. One that's giving up a little extra of the body and shape compared to the two ahead of him. One that just needs more days on feed for it to be able to compete. We're going to round out the class with the one that's it's a little shorter coupled compared to the ones ahead of them. But when you part its fleece, I think it's the poorest fleece quality in the class compared to the three ahead. But a really nice class of $4. Congratulations.
Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the National Cordale Show. First place to entry 14, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota, with Freeze 2595. Second place to 13, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2518. Third to entry 12, Delissa Mosier, Paw Paw, Illinois. 4 to entry 15, Delissa Moser, Paw Paw, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Cordales, first place goes to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place to 93, Cody Nicholson Stratton, Ferndale, California, with Foggy Bottoms 24017. Second to 92, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana, Gadsby 2513. Third to 91, Kinsley Courtwright, Troy, Ohio. 487, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. 5 to 94, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 6 to 89, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 7 to entry 86, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 8th place to Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
We get out here for the junior champion on the Cordell side. I mean, it's been a exciting buck show as we've been seeing it here. I think it comes down to $3 really here, but then it kind of narrows after you start analyzing them some to just to the two. With that being said, I'll go show you and take one last look. I think they all have some breeding potential. All the four of these bucks here do, but congratulations to all.
Junior champion Cordale Ram goes to entry number 11. First in the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2513. The reserve junior champion goes to 14, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2595 out of the junior Ram Lamb class. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 99, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 101, Maple Hollow, Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Third to 97, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fourth to 102, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Fifth to Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And sixth to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
we get over here on the Cordell side here, and it's been fun sorting through these bucks. I mean, if you're a breeder of any breed, you need to come probably check out. We got one I think that just runs away with the show here. One that's just a really unique individual. These are the kind that are hard to make. Your yearling ram, he's going to be your champion. It gets tougher for reserve, but I think I'm more comfortable with the reserve senior champion there. He's going to be your reserve today. Congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset National Show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 67. The fitted late fall ewe lamb Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 24. The reserve junior champion to our fitted winter ewe lamb class winner, entry 80, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle W 9208. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion. For the Cordell show, our overall grand champion ram was our senior champion ram. Entry number 4, which was the yearling ram, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, Craig 2333. And our reserve grand champion was the junior champion. The junior champion was number 11 out of the intermediate ram lamb class, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2513. I apologize, it was both seniors. So the reserve was the reserve senior champion. Entry number 5, the senior ram lamb of Tanner Gann, Leaf River, Illinois, Bant 1324. For the Horn Dorsets, our overall grand champion ewe was the senior champion ewe. That senior champion ewe was entry 41 out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry 67 out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, also Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 24. Next class is best headed ewe. Best headed ewe for the Horn Dorset show was entry number 41 out of the fitted yearling ewe class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. Next, we have the flock class. Placing on the flock class, first place went to Allison Oberholzer, East Earle, Pennsylvania. Second to Maple Hollow Bar B Farm, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. The premier exhibitor for the Horn Dorset Show was Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut.
We get out here on the Cordell side, and really fun class of 5-yearling ewes here. Really, they all bring something a little different to the table. All have something really where they excel in the class here. But with that being said, the one that puts it all together for me, I think, to me, she's the show ewe here. She's the one that she's got the most body dimension. She's the best on the move at the ground. She's the levelest top, levelest out over the hip. Just one that just balances up extremely well when you get off to the side, and still has enough size and scales for me to win today. You in second, she's the up and out you here in the class. She's got really pretty front end where that neck and shoulder really comes out really nicely for me, where she just gives up the, compared to the you ahead of her. When you look at the ground and get around the ring, she don't travel quite as neatly and nicely as the you ahead, but one that's got the little extra, Finneman look up through that front end and length of body, just ideally just lands in that second hole for me today. Then I think you round out here with 3 use, and I think you could almost flip a coin where which direction you want to roll here. We're going to go with a little more length of side, length of body, still got that levelness of hip here in the U in third. One that still you'd like to see her be a little more free on both ends when she gets out around the ring, but you get off to the side, I think she balances it up, has enough in her flank, has enough in her rear 1/3 to land in that third hole for me today. You in fourth, the pretty ewe in the class. She's probably the smallest one out here. Her design's really neatly here. One that's still pretty straight down that top. I think she's just lacking some overall body, the dimension, capacity to compete with the ewes ahead, but still a really intriguing type of female. We're going to round out the class with another really intriguing female, probably the best fleece one out of the top 5, or out of these 5 ewes. One that when you start analyzing and balancing her up, she don't quite balance it up as well as the ewes ahead. You get your hands on her, she likes to break a little more behind the shoulder. She don't tie her hip in quite as neatly as the ewes ahead, but really a nice class of 5-yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordale Yearling U class, first place to entry number 25, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Peters 2400. Second to 24, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2402. Third place to 26, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place to 23, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 5 to entry 21, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 20 to Jonah Fries, St. New Salem, North Dakota. Now ready to begin our National Merino Show. We need yearling rams. Merino yearling rams to the ring now, please. Judging the National Merino Show today is Justin Benz from Wamego, Kansas. Justin is a Northeast Area Supervisor for Kansas Department of Agriculture in Meat and Poultry Division. He's a partner with his parents in Benz Rambouillets, where they run 85 ewes and market stud rams, range rams, and ewes nationally. Let's welcome Justin Benz to your National Merino Show today.
maybe blow them apart just a little bit, but I really like the structure and balance of that sheep there in 2. Ram there in 3, another really good fleece sheep. Appreciate that aspect about him. A ram that I think has plenty of center body, size, and performance to it. I think we're getting in string that ram in motion. He wants to kind of get a little piecey on us and drop his pin set, kind of roll out of his hop just a touch. If I can clean up just a little bit in terms of his breastplate as well, I think there's a little bit of skin there, but I think a really nice kind of sheep there in 3. You appreciate the size and scale that he brings to the table. I think another very high quality fleece on that sheep as well. Again, I think we stand back from him and look at him here, and he's the sheep that needs to change in terms of his balance. He's big and deep in his forerib, big in his shoulder, but wants to cut up into his flank. I also want to watch him sit on that buck. I think he gets just a hair close into his jaw. But I think 4 outstanding rams. Congratulations to the breeders for bringing them to us. Thank you.
We get out here on the Cordell Senior Elam class here. We got a pair that comes to the top pretty quickly, and I mean it was a tough decision here. I really love the breed type and the character on the U in second here, you know, and so that really made her tough for me today to analyze this pair here. But we're gonna go with the one that's she's just got more extension, more length. She's still really good down that top. She balances up well when they get her stuck. One that I think she just handles and has a little wider wheelbase on the back and just balances up better, you know, when you start analyzing that. You know, just one that's just super long. You in second, a little more compact type of female. She don't have the extra extension or length of body compared to the one ahead, but she's a big old wide flat hip type of female. One that I think I'd like to just lengthen her wheelbase just a little bit, you know, to make her a little more proportional for me today. But really a salty pair of females there. You in 3 and 4, a really close pair here. The you in third, just a big bodied. I think where she lands is she's just a little better hip shape compared to the you in fourth, but really nice class at 4 U's. Congratulations.
Placing on the National Merino class of yearling rams, first place to entry 4, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Mendenhall 23119. That's the best fleeced animal in that class. Second to entry 1, Gordon and Annie Salmons, Geneseo, Illinois, with Gadsby 2426. Third to entry 2, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 4 to entry 3, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the National Corriedale Show, first to 32, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2432. Second to 30, Locust Lane Livestock, Versailles, Ohio, with Dewdrop Farm 24-69. Third to entry 29, John St. Amour, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to 31, Delisa Mosier, Paw Paw, Illinois.
I'm not going to take very long here. On these, we get out senior champion, and I think that yearling U class was awfully tough. We're going to stick with the yearling U's for your senior and reserve senior champion. Congratulations.
For the Cordale Show, our senior champion ram goes to the first place yearling ram, entry 25, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Peters 2400. The reserve senior champion was the second place yearling, entry 24, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2402. Again, exhibitors, it's really important that you wear the tag that you were given that's appropriate for the class and the animal that you're in. We need those so we can identify you quickly to mark in the ring. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the National Merino Show, first place to entry number 5, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio, Gadsby 2490. Second place, the best fleeced animal in the class, number 10, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with LE 502. Third to 9, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Fourth place to number 12, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Fifth to 8, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Sixth place to 6, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Seventh place to 7, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And 8 to entry 11, Mark Buchheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio.
We get out here on the Cordell U lamb side here, and I think we got one that kind of floats to the top. When you start analyzing this one, I mean, she's got the best fleece from front to rear. When you start analyzing these, she's the bigger bodied. She's the one that balances up extremely well, long-sided, just a logical place to start. And then I think at the next 3 here, you could kind of flip them around any way you want here. We're going to go with another one that's she's probably the next best one at the ground for me today, right here. One that's probably the next best in her fleece quality here from front to rear. One that when the boys get them set up, she balances up, I think, just a little tick better than the ones right behind it. One that's still bold in its makeup, still bold down that top. One that you'd like to level it out just a little bit out of its hip there. But really, I think a beautiful headed Cordell female there too to stand in the second hole. The up front, pretty fronted type of female here in third. One that you got to appreciate. She prances around the ring here, the one in third. One that when you start analyzing her fleece is getting a little finer for me compared to the ewes ahead of her. You know, she doesn't have quite the Cordell type as the ewe ahead of her. One that you'd like to give her a little more in the flank there, but the one that's got the next best hip compared to your class winner up there, one that's extremely good on her front end there, one that I think just a really neat individual there in the third. Another really youthful appearing type of female here in fourth, one that's I just don't, when you step off to the side here, doesn't quite balance up as neatly as the ones ahead of them, one that just getting a little finer too in her fleece compared to the top 2 at the class here, one that still has a lot of good quality in her. She's still bold rib, big barreled type of female, body type of female, but she just needs a little more time to mature to compete with the ewes ahead of them. Then we get a little more mature type of female here in the 5th place hole. One that she's carrying a little way too much condition for me compared to her contemporaries in this class. One that's doesn't quite have as consistent a fleece from front to rear, but still I think she balances up a little better compared to the UN6. But really a nice ewe there in 5th. 1 and 6, like I said, she don't quite balance up like the ewes ahead of her. She kind of running a little downhill, a little higher hip, but really beautiful fleece on that one too when you part it. But really nice class of Cordell ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs for the Cordell National Show. First place to entry 40, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. Second place to 35, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with 307 Cordales 57 Fancy. Third to 38, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio, 4 to 37, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. 5 to 41, Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio. And 6 to 36, Delissa Mosier, Paw Paw, Illinois. Placing on the Merino Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 17, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 497. Second place to 16, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio, with Diller R591. Third to 15, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And fourth to entry 18, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And that is the best fleeced animal in that class.
Green at this stage of the game. Really good place stream. And aside from our class winner, that's the other really good place buck in the class. I appreciate that about him. I think he's really good in terms of his skeleton and balance. If I can just blow him apart a bit, we can get in and talk about him moving up the line. The ram there in 4, alongside a kind of sheep. Appreciate that about him. A ram that when I get in and really study him, I think he gets just kind of just too narrow in terms of his underpinning, in terms of his chest floor, in terms of his base. For the amount of size and scale that he has, I want to make him wider at the ground to see him move up the line. The ram that ran out of the class, another nice green pattern sheep. He's got a little hole behind his shoulder. A ram that also has some fleece problems as we get down on his side. I want to change that about him. Really good set of sheep. Outstanding one up on top. Congratulations.
We get over on the junior Cordell ewes here, and I think we got two ewes that kind of really float to the top rather easy in this class here. Two, I think they're both elite. They're both a little different in their types and kinds and what you're striving for to make here. The ewe that's going to win, I think she's just more up and out about her neck and shoulder structure there. I mean, she's longer. She's longer in that front end design, one that just makes her more elegant and feminine up through that front end. I think she still has the length of body here. Still, when you part her fleece, she's got a really nice fleece from front to rear. I just think that's a solid female to use. But then another solid female there in second. One, like I said, she just needs a little more length up through that front and make her a little better, prettier designed up there compared to your class winner. Another one that's dead level down her top. Still a really nice fleece from front to rear. I think those two kind of ran away with the class here. Then we get in a pair of ewes here in 3 and 4. They're both kind of being knot heads out here, but kind of both a little similar. What's wrong with them here, too. They both break a little bit behind the shoulders, don't like to keep their front ends, up and out. When they get on the move, they kind of tuck a little bit, their chest floors and stuff. The ewe that's going to be in third here, I think when you start analyzing her and putting your hands on her, she's a little straighter down that top, a little, they're both long from the 13th rib back, but I think she's just got an advantage down the top line for today. Ewe in fourth, probably the heavier, more mature condition type of female in the class, one that she is the biggest bolted sprung rib in the female, one that you just like to pick her up, and especially in that front end, to make her look a little more elegant in this class, and maybe you could get a little higher today. We got a really attractive female in here in fifth that just giving up size and scales to this female's ahead of them. Ground, she just doesn't have the extras to the females ahead of her today. And we're going to round out the class with a pair of females down here, maybe a little more coarser in their fleece makeup compared to the ewes ahead of them. But ewes, when you start analyzing them, they're really, really neatly made in the right type here. They're just getting out horse compared to the females ahead of them. But a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class for the National Merino Show, first place to entry number 20, Laurel Stone, Bonetta, Oregon, with ACM Bramley 2513, and that's the best fleeced animal in the class. Second to 23, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2525. Third to 24, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 4 to 22, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 21, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 6 to 19, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the Cordell class of junior ewe lambs, first place to entry 47, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520. Second to 45, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25. Third to 44, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. 4 to 39, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 5 to 46, Delissa Mosier, Paw, Illinois. And 6 to 43, Taylor Reinhardt, LaGrange, Kentucky. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Merino Show, first place to entry 28, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Second to entry 27, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Third to 25, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the Cordale pair of ewe lambs, first to 54, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to 52, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Mark Purdy, Lewis Center, Ohio. 4 to Delissa Moser and to Paw Paw, Illinois. And 5 to 50, Taylor Reinhardt, LaGrange, Kentucky. Someone just informed me that we do have a birthday in the show ring today. And I guess it's a pretty big birthday. I don't know. I haven't been there yet, but 50 years old for Ryan Craig.
We get out here for Junior Champion U, and I'm real happy with the 4 individuals that got brought out here to represent this Cordale breed. I mean, they're functional, they're well balanced, they're just a elite type of Cordale show sheep here. With that being said, I'll go show you the 2 I like today, but it's been a fun and exciting Cordale ewe lamb show here. Congratulations.
For the Cordale Show, our junior champion went to entry number 40, the first place intermediate ULAM, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. The reserve junior champion went to our junior ULAM class winner, entry 47, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520. The grand champion Ram for the Merino show goes to entry number 5 out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio, with Gadsby 2490. The reserve grand champion to entry 20 from the spring Ram Lamb class, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Bramley 2513. Following the selection of our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U for the Cordales, we will have a best headed individual class, then best fleece, then the flock, and then we'll announce the premier exhibitor. So best headed individual, rams or ewes, best fleece, rams or ewes, then the flock class, and then we'll announce the premier exhibitor.
Oh, we get out on the Cordell side here, and I mean it's been fun sorting through these animals here. Just an exciting group, especially when we get to the females here. The ram side was I mean it was really good too. When you start analyzing the fundamentals, the basics, there's maturity differences and stuff. It gets to be tough here. But with that being said, I'll go out and I'll show you the two I like today. But an outstanding set of individuals here. Congratulations.
Grand Champion U for the National Cordale Show goes to the senior champion, which came out of the yearling U class, entry 25, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Peters 2400. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, also coming out of the yearling U class, entry number 24, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 2402. For the Cordales, your next class is best headed individual. Rams or ewes eligible in this class. Best headed individual. Next class is Best Fleece. Best Fleece will be your next class. And our best headed individual goes to Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota, with Fries 25116 out of the February ULAM class. Cordale exhibitors, your next class is the flock class. The best fleeced animal was shown by Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana on Philippi 4-61 out of the Rita, out of the yearling U class. And placing on the flock class for your National Cordale Show, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place in the flock, Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. That does conclude our National Cordale Show. Our judge has been Chris Meyer of Illinois. Placing on the class of Merino yearling ewes. First place to 46, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24005. Second place to entry 34, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio, with MCB 1517. Third place to entry number 45, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, 4 to 48, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 5 to entry number 35, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, and that is the best fleece animal, and that animal is ACM Bell, 2423. 6 to entry number 49, Steve Diller, Harrod, Ohio. 7th place is 32, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 8th place to entry number 41, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. 9 to 47, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. 10 to 50, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. 11 to 38, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. 12 to 39, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 13 to 43, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. 14 to 36, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 15 to 37, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. 16 to 33, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. 17 to 31, Megan's Merinos, Dranera, Ohio. 18 to 42, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 19th place to 40, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 20 to 44, Grace Schultz, Lebanon, Connecticut.
Over here on the Shetland side, a really nice way to start your day out here. I think we have a nice trio of rams. That being said, we're leading off with one that I just find the most ideal in terms of his type and kind. One that wants to run uphill, really a big top type of sheep, super long from his 13th rib on back. And then you get into his fleece and really a uniform fleece, one with a really good handle to it. You get in front of him, and I really like the breed type about this buck as well. We come to a buck here in second, one that, again, you appreciate for his basic build and his extension. I think one that's balanced up really well. We get in front of that one. Maybe I'd like to just open him up in terms of his horns ever so slightly. They're not touching, but they're a little tighter than what I prefer compared to our class winner. Again, you get into the fleece, and I think it's uniform enough, maybe not quite the handle we see in a class winner. Rounding out the class, young lady brings us one that you really appreciate just in terms of depth of body and how round-bodied he is. One you appreciate, again, in terms of just uniformity of fleece. Maybe we don't have quite the handle we're seeing directly ahead. The thing for me is when we analyze this buck, he just wants to come out of the front of his shoulder in terms of his neck attachment. We'd like to just go ahead and raise that up a little bit. But I think really nice trio of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Merinos, first place to 55, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second place to 58, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Third to 54, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. 4 to 56, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 5 to 52, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. 6th place to 53, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 7 to Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, 51. Placing on the yearling rams for the Shetlands, first place goes to entry number 2, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with Little Eagle Jambalaya 1161. Second place to entry one, Amy Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with S Farms Wolf 0902. Third place to Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana. Our judge for the Shetland show today is Mr. Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural colored and club lambs. He's a fifth generation shepherd. He and his wife Melissa have 3 children that are all heavily involved in their operation. Let's welcome Alex Wolf to the North American.
Four nice rams out here in your Shetland show, and the buck we're starting with, a really massive buck, one with a big top in him, really like the rib shape and center body in this sheep. I think one that moves the ring free and easy enough. I think the main advantage he has is when you get in front, I just think he's really good about his head structure, just a really nice kind of a ram. We come to one here in second. Again, a tall shoulder type of a ram, one that's good about his feet and legs, maybe not quite as true down his top compared to the class winner. And again, when we get up in front, I'd like to just open up that horn set ever so slightly, but I think a really good fiber, out here on that one. We come to the sheep here in 3. Really long-sided type of a sheep, long from that 13th rib on back. I appreciate those things. As we analyze him about his fleece, just not quite as adequate as what we're finding at the top end of this class. Rounding out the class, a really tall shoulder type of a lamb, one that's good in terms of his balance and structure. With that being said, when we put our hands on him, just not as much to him. And again, when we analyze him in terms of fleece quality, just not quite as nice as what we're finding towards the top end. A really nice class of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Shetland Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Becky Darty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Phillips. Second place to entry 7, Becky Darty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Parr. Third place to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fourth place to Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Placing on the Merino Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 59, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Scott 2677. Second place to 61, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio, with Walnut Creek Yacht Club 0880. Third place and the best fleeced in the class, entry 66, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24146. Fourth place to 65, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fifth place to 60, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. Sixth place to 63, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 7 to 62, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And 8 to entry number 64, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. Ninth place to 67, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio.
A nice class of ram lambs out here. And again, we're starting with one that you really like him through the front third of his skeleton. He's really tall shouldered type, really long through that front end. And then you put your hands on him. Boy, he is big topped. He comes back. He's got the wider loin, the wider hip in that one. You get into his fleece, and certainly a really uniform, high lustrous type of a fleece, one with a really nice handle as well. I think we come to a buck here in second that's built a lot like our class winner, one that's so round about his body and big about his back shape, one that gives up a little bit in terms of length compared to the class winner. And again, I think a nice enough fleece on there. I love the staple length of that fleece as well, one that's just really heavy. Maybe as we put our hands on it, just not quite as soft. The softest handling fleece ones come here in 3 and 4. Really appreciate just how soft those are. I think they're really uniform in terms of their fleece. Today, as we analyze both of them and put our hands on them, there's just not as much natural sheep there as what we're seeing at the top end of this class. But boy, I think a really nice group. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Shetland Early Spring Ram Lambs. First to entry 9, Evelyn Springs Tube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with Springs Tube Brownie 0904. Second to entry 11, Derek Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with Savannmore Aries 230177. Third to entry 10, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. And 4 to entry 8, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place to entry 70. Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2508. Second place and best fleeced animal in the class, entry 69, Stephen Deller, Harrod, Ohio, with in-body 2972. Third place to 74, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Fourth to 73, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 68, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. 6 to 72, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. And 7 to 71, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia.
Over here in your late buck lambs for the Shetlands, I think 5 really nice individuals. That being said, I think it comes down to a top pair, and it's competitively close between them. The black one we're opting to use, one that, again, runs uphill, really extended type of a sheep, one that's really long down his top. You set this one into motion, and he's the most relaxed in his skeleton, really moves about the ring free and easy. I like the way he can utilize his joints. You get into his fleece, and I think that's where he has the advantage. Beautiful fleece on this buck, really a lot of luster, really uniform, a great handle to it. The stout-bodied buck comes here in second. One that I like a great deal just in terms of stoutness of skull, stoutness of feature. You get over top of that one and a really big top in that sheep, one I really appreciate for those. When we get into his fleece, I think it's a nice fleece. I don't see quite the advantage we have compared to our class winner in that fleece. When we analyze them about their heads, again, we talked about him being stout-skulled. I prefer the character to this one that we're going to lead off with. We come to a sheep here in 3, again, really long-sided type of a sheep, and again, one with a nice enough fleece on it, really soft about its handle, maybe not quite as dense as what we're seeing in the one standing directly ahead, doesn't have quite the quality we're seeing in our class winner. We have a really widespread horn set on this sheep coming here in 4, one that, again, you like the breed type about that head, you like the shape of that head as well, one that we're just starting to run out of sheep compared to the ones going ahead, one that maybe when you get into that fleece, it gets just a little more matted as we work down. Cutting rounding out the class, a younger type of a sheep out here, by far the most immature. But that being said, extremely long loin in that sheep, extremely long hind saddle. And boy, you get into that fleece, and again, really soft type of a fleece out here. I think a really nice set of rams. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Placing on the Shetland late spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 15, Michelle Glide, Putnam, Connecticut, with Broken Back Raven 0113. 2nd place to number 12, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with ES Farms Big Mac 0907. 3rd place to 14, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 4th place to 13, Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana. And 5th to 16, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. For the Shetlands, placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place to 19, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Evelyn Springs Tube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Third to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Merino class of Spring Ewe Lambs, first place to entry 77, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Fleur 2515, and that's the best fleeced animal in the class. Second to 81, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Third to 82, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. 4 to 80, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 5 to 79, Megan's Merinos. 6 to 76, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And 7th place to 78, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio.
Well, a really nice selection of bucks out here to choose from, and really pleased with the quality all the way throughout. I think these sheep can all get around, and they're good in their fleece. They're good about their breed type as well, and they've got some substance to them when you put your hands on them. I'm pretty critical out here on handle of fleece and just overall breed character and stoutness of head and the shape of the horns and everything else as we analyze these. So there's a lot of things that are going through my head as we analyze. I think there's one out here that for me wins this pretty handily in terms of what I'm looking for. I do think as we come back for reserve, it gets just a notch closer between a pair of them. I think one of them might be a notch better about his horn set and his just overall head shape. I think there's one that in terms of just body condition and fleece quality really pushes. So I think there's a little bit of separation. I'll go out here and select your champion reserve Rams.
Grand champion Shetland Ram went on entry number 2. Our class winner of the yearling Ram class, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with Little Eagle, Jambalaya 1161. The reserve grand champion to entry 9 out of the early spring Ram Lamb class, Evelyn Springs Tube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with Springs Tube Brown 0904. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Merino show. First place to Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second to 86, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Third, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fourth, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Fifth place to 85, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. 6th place to 88, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. And 7 to 83, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Grand champion ewe for the Merinos goes to entry 77 out of the Spring Ewe Lamb class. Laurel Stone with from Veneta, Oregon with ACM Fleur 2515. The reserve grand champion goes to entry 59 out of the Senior Ewe Lamb class. Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio with Scott 2677. Now ready for Best Fleece. Best White Fleece will be your next class. Now with this Best Fleece, on the white division, if you were named as one of the best fleece and you got that from each class, those animals are all eligible to come out. And if you exhibited in the white fleeces and white fleece show and you did not receive one, you may bring one entry into that class.
A nice class of yearling ewes out here, and that being said, I think it comes down to three for me, and between them, I think there's one that goes ahead and leads off rather comfortably. The sheep that we're going to start with, one you put your hands on her, and certainly got a big top, big rib in that ewe. I think the main advantage she has is just in terms of fleece. Love the staple length, like the uniformity of that fleece. One that's really dense. She's also a tall-shouldered, good-looking type of a sheep that moves about the ring real free and easy. The ewe that visually you gravitate towards is here in two, and that's the one I'd like to lead off with as we get off to the side of them and as we put our hands on. That is the big rib, big back type of a female. Again, one that looks like a really good type of show sheep in terms of the front end design. With that being said, excuse me. With that being said, as we get into the fleece, it's just too matted for me today. I can't get it open down to the skin and really evaluate. If we could change that, I think you could flop that pair. I think that's a really nice ewe here in second. She still gets the advantage over the ewe here in three, just in terms of overall stature and body and mass. The ewe in three, like the fleece on that female, I think it's uniform. I think it has a really nice handle. She's a long-sided ewe. She's got some center body as well. When we analyze her about the front end of her skeleton and the way her neck comes out, the attachment there out of the front side of the shoulder rather than rotating it back, I think then maybe you could make an argument to go ahead and switch those. We've got a spotted ewe coming here next. Again, one that's really well balanced type of a sheep. One with some extra stoutness of bone at the ground, and I appreciate that as well. You get into the fleece, and really nothing wrong with it. Maybe just doesn't have quite the quality we're seeing at the one standing directly ahead. Rounding out my top five lineup, a really extended type of a sheep, one that gets a little shorter about its hind saddle, one that wants to break ever so slightly coming out of the back side of its shoulder, but again, a nice enough fleece on that animal as well. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing Best Fleece in the White Merino Show goes to entry number 20 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Bramley. 2513 is your Best Fleece in the White Show. Following the flock class, we will do best headed on those white merinos. Placing on the Shetland Yearling U class, first place to entry number 26, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Elsa, 336. Second place to 25, also Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Amelia, 334. Third place to 27, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fourth place to 24, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth to 23, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Sixth to 22, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. 7 to 29, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. And 8th place to 28, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. Second, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 4 to Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. Merino exhibitors, next class is best headed. Placing on the flock class for the Merinos, first place to Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon. Second place, Mark Berkheimer, Hanoverton, Ohio. Third, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California. Fourth, Stephen Diller, Harrod, Ohio. Fifth, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 6, Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio. 7, to Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio.
A nice class out here, and I think we have a ewe that leads off just in terms of presentation and extension and style. You set her into motion, and boy, she is really attractive on the move. I love the way she keeps her neck up out of her shoulders and just the way she goes around like a lady. You get over top of her, and certainly adequate in terms of her top shape and rib, one with a really nice fleece on her as well. We come to young ladies here in second, one that really runs uphill, really good looking type of a ewe as well. You get into the fleece, and boy, just a really nice handle, really nice staple length on that one. We come to the ewe here in three, and one that I really just appreciate in terms of her overall mass and body. She is so round about her rib shape, really big about her top, and again, she's got a nice enough fleece on her. When we analyze her right now compared to her counterpart, she's the shorter fronted one. Her neck just sits a little lower into her compared to the two ewes that are leading off with, but I think that's an awful nice trio. We come to the ewe here in four, the chocolate colored ewe. Again, really up and out type of a sheep, a really well balanced type of a sheep. You get into her, and I think she's got enough to her. She's missing out on a little bit of the rib shape we've seen in 1 and 3 out here, and then when we analyze her in terms of her fleece, she's just not quite soft enough, not quite as uniform as what we're seeing in that second place. Rounding out the class, the sheep doesn't want to cooperate quite as well out here. One that, again, you just appreciate in terms of her balance. You get into her fleece, and I need to change it to go ahead and move her off the bottom today. Nice group of sheep.
Best headed Merino in the white division goes to Mark Berkheimer from Hanoverton, Ohio, with 2490 out of the senior Ram Lamb class, number 2, and it was entry number 5. And our premier exhibitor, for the white division is Terry Mendenhall from Loma Rica, California. We're now beginning our natural colored portion of the Merino show. We have yearling rams in the ring. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class of the Shetland show. First place goes to entry 37, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Puree, 342. Second place to entry number 38, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with PH September 1211. Third to Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. Fourth place to 34, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 5 to 35, Alexandria Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Placing on the yearling ram class for the natural colored merino show. First to entry 113, Laurel Stone, Bonetta, Oregon, with ACM Shamrock 2415. Second place to entry 114, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith KLS 2447. And that is the best fleeced animal in that class.
a really nice class of ewe lambs out here, and I think we have a top trio that there's some differences between. We're starting with the young man's ewe out here, one that just offers you so much in terms of length of body and big about her middle. And boy, you get into that fleece, and really a nice fleece on her as well. I think she's good about her breed type up front, just a really nice kind of a ewe. We come to a ewe here in second that I really appreciate. She is upstanding up through her front end, one that is so good in terms of the movement at the ground. When you get into the fleece, and boy, it is just a super soft handling type of a fleece. Now, with that being said, we got a little more vegetable matter in there, and as we analyze it, maybe just doesn't have quite the parting ability as what we're seeing in that class winner. But man, I like the handle of that sheep. We come to the one here in three, and maybe a little more moderate in terms of her frame compared to the two, and I certainly don't hold that against her. I like the bone work underneath that female and how big top she is and her rib shape as well. You get in her fleece and another really nice fleece. I think the difference is for me is just in terms of length of front end and right there how we come out of the shoulder compared to the two standing directly ahead, or the one standing directly ahead, excuse me, and the length of side that we're seeing in our class winner when we analyze them. But boy, I think all three of these have a lot of positives to offer. We come to the sheep here in four, and again, taking nothing away from her, super long body type of a sheep, one that's good about her feet and legs. I think she's nice enough about her fleece. Don't have quite the rib shape that we're seeing in the females directly ahead. And again, out here, just not quite as extended as what we're seeing in some of these. Really like a lot of things about this fifth place female out here. Super big topped, really long sided. I really like the upper hip in that female as well. So balanced in terms of her underline. With that being said, we just got to make her a little sturdier about her front feet today to go any higher. She wants to get just a little squishier about them pasterns. I think if we could fix that, we could reassemble this line. Really good group of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Shetland class of early spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 45, Derek Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with PH Rhea, 12:15. Second place to entry number 46, Elise Keening, Bloomingdale, Indiana, with Savannah Moore Rosen. Third place to 41, Becky Doherty, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 42, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to 44, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 6 to 40, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. And 7 to 39, Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored merino class of senior ram lambs. First to 116, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24151B. Second, best fleece in the class to Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, Mendenhall 24145. And third place to entry 115, T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
A really nice group of late ewe lambs out here, and that being said, I think all the quality all the way down through. The one we're going to lead off with again, maybe she is the larger framed one, but that's certainly not what runs her to the top. She is really good about her feet and legs, really good moving her out in the ring. I think she's really extended, and I like the way she ties in into her front end. One with a big top in her as well. You get into her fleece, and I won't tell you it's the best fleece out here, but I think it's uniform enough. It's got a good enough handle for the package it's on. We come to a sheep here in second. Really long-sided type of a sheep. Again, one with some dimension and rib and center body in her. You get into her fleece, and certainly a really nice fleece as we analyze her compared to the one going off. Just not as much of her in terms of bone working style and extension up through that front. The sheep that boy there for a little bit I thought about using comes here in 3. This is by far the most immature sheep out here. I'd predict her to be quite a bit younger. Great fleece on this female, really soft handling, really uniform, just a really nice fleece. And then when she gets propped up, boy, she is really good across her top, really extended type of a female one. And again, you set her in motion. I think she holds herself together. Maybe she wants to hawk in just a touch compared to some of them, but I think that's a really, really neat sheep coming here in 3 that she's got better days ahead. Really soft handling fleece coming here in 4. One that when you talk about handle, she's going to run away with it. One that you get over top of her, and I don't think there's as much sheep there as what we're seeing on the top end. Maybe she's not quite as neat out of the front end of her body in terms of her build compared to the ewe lamb standing directly ahead of her. Rounding out my top lineup, really good breed type on this female. Again, one with a really good handle of that fleece. I think she's really uniform as well. One that when we put our hands on her again, like we talk in the top, just not as much sheep there. When you analyze her at the ground, she's just a little more refined in her bone work, but I think a really good set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored winter Ram Lamb class for the Merinos, first place to 118, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith KLS 2519. Second place to entry number 120, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 25005B. Third place in the best fleece in the class to entry 122, Laurel Stone, Veneta, Oregon, with ACM Francis 2430. Fourth place to 119, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. And fifth to entry 121, Dam Sheep Farm, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored spring ram lamb class, first place and best fleece to 123, T. Connor, Asheville, Ohio, with TRJ 0892. Placing on the class of late spring ewe lambs for the Shetlands, first place to 54, Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana, Liberty Acres, Pintus 356. Second place to 52, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana, with Little Eagle Hee Hee 1236. Third place to 48, Amy Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. Fourth place to 53, Elise Conning, Bloomingdale, Indiana. Fifth to 49, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. 6 to 51, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. 7 to 47, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 8 to 50, Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Shetlands, first place to 60, Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to Elise Conning, Bloomingdale, Indiana. Fourth to Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. Fifth to 55, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And sixth to Abby Funk, Romney, Indiana.
Well, we're not going to take a long time. We got them out here. I think it's been a really good show, and it's been pleasurable to sort through these really nice representatives in both of these lineups out here. That being said, I think it comes to me rather easily as we work through these. I think there's a couple of them that just kind of stood out to me. I'll go out here and select your champion and reserve ewes out of the Shetland breed. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
For the Shetlands, our grand champion ewe goes to entry number 26 out of the yearling ewe class, Becky Dartery, Parker City, Indiana, with Liberty Acres Elsa. The reserve grand champion to 45 out of the early spring ewe lamb class, Derek Opliger, Smithville, Ohio, with PH Ra 1215. Now ready for best fleece. And over on the Shetland side, for the natural colored merinos, our champion ram was 113 out of the yearling ram class, Laurel Stone, Bonetta, Oregon, with ACM Shamrock 2415. The reserve champion was 116 out of the senior ram lamb class, Terry Mendenhall, Loma Rica, California, with Mendenhall 24151B. Best fleece in the Shetland show went to Derek Opliger of Smithville, Ohio, with his entry from the early spring ewe lamb class, entry number 45, PH Ra 1215. Placing on the Shetland flock class, first in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Becky Daugherty of Parker City, Indiana. Placing the rest of the way in the flock, second place, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana. Third, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And 4, Michelle Glaude, Putnam, Connecticut. That does conclude our Shetland show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf of Ohio.